Council for Tuesday, May 17, 2022. Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We have 11 present and voting in civic clerk. We do have one member who is joining us remotely.
Very good. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now I'll go to Alder Galvin for an introduction on the invocation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight, I've invited Deacon Steve Meyer to come and present to us. He's the best-selling author of God Plays a Purple Banjo and Jesus Wears Socks with Sandals. He's an active member of the Green Bay business community with the Karma Group, working with clients ranging from the Green Bay Packers to Caterpillar. He's a deacon at St. Elizabeth Ann Seton Parish, co-founder of Whatsoever You Do, Inc., and Streetlights Outreach. He's a Green Bay resident for 31 years, now living downtown just across the Fox River.
Good. Thank you, Alder. Mr. Meyer, thanks for joining us.
Let us quiet our minds and hold our hearts in gratitude. We assemble in a spirit of thankfulness for all who give of themselves, sharing their time and giftedness so we may live in community with each other. Amid so many voices telling us to advance self-interest and so many forces seeking to divide people against each other, we are grateful for all who continue to believe in the goodness of community, those who make it possible for us to live in harmony with each other. For police officers and firefighters, for school teachers and public health professionals, for street sweepers and social workers, for all who go to work every day not to make themselves great, but rather to make all of us greater together. And for those assembled here who have been entrusted to bring servant leadership to this community which we all value and treasure. We seek, we beseech, we meditate, we pray for an increase in inspired gratitude. Thank you. Gracias. Ua chao. Amen.
Thank you, Deacon. Director Hronik, experiencing some technical difficulties with the panel over here. Oh, we're back. Never mind. He solved it. All right, we're on approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any changes to be made there? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes are adopted. Approval of the agenda.
Oh,
Yes, Alder Eck.
I would like to move item O to after K, please. Or before, I'm sorry, before K. We have some people that want to speak on that.
Okay.
The
So
Plan Commission?
Alder Eck makes a motion to move, to amend the agenda to move item O in front of item K,
Yes,
or
please.
before K.
Before K.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Stoyer. Any discussion of that? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment succeeds. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
As amended.
Oh,
Motion to approve the agenda as amended made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda has been approved as amended. On to report from the mayor. Just a few items to touch on tonight. As you're all aware, we have an important item related to the shipyard on the agenda this evening. You know, it's a project and a development, I think, that has pretty wide-ranging support, has been in the works for some time. If you go back through the full history, it's really like 30 years since the city acquired that that piece of property. I know it has a lot of support from the Alder Johnson, who represents that district, and so just asking for your support on that item, recognizing all the benefits that are associated with that development, also recognizing some private sector developments associated with those public improvements, and really would not be happening without us taking that first step. So I think you're well aware of the project, which was supported by our redevelopment authority, and so just asking for the support of council this evening. Also asking for support on a number of ARPA-related items that were approved by our Finance Committee last week. Really appreciate all the work that was done at the committee level. A lot of good discussion conducted by the committee, and I think, a lot of tremendous benefit associated with those programs that will really benefit the community. So hoping that you all will recognize the work of the committee and also approve those items. Finally, just want to remind folks that we have Memorial Day coming up on May 30th. Always a number of really important commemorations that occur throughout the city of Green Bay. I haven't seen the latest schedule yet, but oftentimes, ceremonies related to Vietnam veterans that we lost over at the Veterans Park near the Neville Museum. Always something at Admiral Flatley. I think Fort Howard Memorial also oftentimes has a ceremony. So like I said, I haven't seen the latest roster, but would encourage all of our alders and community members to find one of those ceremonies and, if possible, attend. So with that, I'll move along to announcements from our council. Alder Eck?
Yes, I would just like to say that it is National Police Week, so I wanted to show our appreciation for our law enforcement officers.
Very good, well said. We were able to attend a couple different ceremonies over at the police station. One yesterday for the new Canine Memorial, which was really well executed, and then, of course, today with it being Law Enforcement Memorial Day, was also over there. So appreciate those comments, Alder Eck. Alder Stoyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's also, this month is National Mental Health Awareness Month, and we all know folks that have dealt with that issue, young and old alike. So keep aware of that, and there's many links that you can follow on that, so thank you.
Absolutely, appreciate that, Alder. Any other announcements? Looks like Alder Johnson has an announcement for us. Alder?
Thank you, Mayor. This may come up, it's in the shipyard discussion. However, it's not an agenda item per se, but I wanted to congratulate Matt Buchanan and or the Department of Community and Economic Development for the preliminary award of the $5 million for Phase 2 of the shipyard. For those who aren't overly involved in the grant world, $5 million is a very substantial award, and obviously we should be very proud of our staff for being able to pull together a really compelling case and recognize the importance of that development on our waterfront. So kudos to staff on that accomplishment.
Absolutely, well said, and it was the maximum award allowable under the program, so fantastic work. Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Any other announcements from council? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Galvin.
Actually, I just got a text message that there seems to be
Grab your
something.
mic.
Just got a text message from a constituent, says he believes there's something wrong with the Zoom connection. It's not working.
Okay,
So if someone from IT can look into that.
right. And now the panel's down. Okay. Experiencing multiple technical difficulties tonight, so apologies there, but Director Honick is looking into the Zoom link, so hopefully we'll have that back soon. Okay. All right, so we are now on to appointments.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And that is a motion to approve our new appointments. That was made by Alder Scannell and seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion on these appointments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Those appointments are approved. And Alder Galvin, we are receiving conflicting reports that the Zoom is working, so it could be a user error.
He describes, click on the meeting, there's just a constant loading wheel of doom.
Yeah, that might be a hardware issue
All right.
or a connection issue for that resident. So given the amended agenda, now we are on to report of the Plan Commission from May 9th, 2022. I'll entertain a motion.
Did you do the ordinance?
Yeah, I was gonna say we have
No.
the.
Nope, good point. We're on ordinance's second reading for adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Motion. We got a lot going on tonight. Just 1 second. All right, motion to adopt that ordinance was made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will use the board.
Thank you, Alders, you may vote. Alder Morgan, how would you like to be reported? How would you like to be reported? Okay, so for some reason, it disappeared on my screen. So I'm gonna start the vote again. Please, Alders, vote again. Okay, now you may display Meyer. Clerk PC.
All right, and that vote is unanimous. So that ordinance is adopted. On to Report O, Report of Plan Commission.
And then,
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell. That was seconded by Alder Stoyer. Any items here to be handled separately? Alder Eck?
Yes, Mayor, number 1, please.
Item 1. Any others?
and then Meyer.
Seeing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved with the exception of item 1. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. Alder Eck?
Okay, I'm requesting that we postpone the vote on the conditional use permit requested by the car wash at 1555 West Mason Street. And I would also like to add something, and I don't know, I think Attorney Bungert maybe could advise me. I wanted to add that you could refer with or work with the developer to allow a right-in, right-out curb cut, making the large parcel developable.
So that would be something you probably want to put in under a communication
Okay,
at the end of the meeting.
okay, thank you.
You bet. So the motion, though, just to clarify, the motion was to hold this item over to our next meeting?
Yes,
Or-
please.
Okay. So Alder X makes a motion to hold this item until the next meeting of the Common Council. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Campbell.
I'd like to, before we vote, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to open the floor, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So if you'd just like to approach the podium and just state your name and address for the council here, we would appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Ed Martin, and my business address is 320 South Military Avenue. Currently, we're going through a redevelopment on Military Avenue in West Mason, and the Martin family and the Keene, David Keene, the Keene family with Broadway Chevrolet have invested a significant amount of money, and we were just, Military Avenue District was not informed and about this zoning change, and I wasn't aware of it until the meeting. I just think, as a group, we should get together and find the best solution for this main corridor. I think we have tremendous big pictures, you know, I own a company named Big, you know, but I just think there's so many opportunities. And if we chop that up or in the chop suey, we're not gonna be able to put it back together. I think if we can come together with JJ and us, and I think we can come with a great plan and more tax base for the city. So I just think that I'd like to request for more time to talk about it, and that's it, you know. So thank you for your time, and I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Mr. Martin. Any questions for our guests from alders? Seeing none? All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
I believe that we were going to have somebody via Zoom, Leah Weicker from the Military Avenue Business Association. Is she out there?
It looks like she is attending.
JJ, the developer.
I see JJ has his hand up. This is Leah.
I guess I should pull up the Zoom.
Yep.
I'd be happy.
Yep, go ahead, sir. Just state your name and address for us.
KJ Liley talking on behalf of the owners for 1555 West Mason Street and the owners for Green Bay Plaza Shopping Center located at 1481 35 West Mason Street. Good evening, Green Bay Common Council. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight. My wife is pregnant this week, so she'd kill me if I left the house. I'm with ICAP Development. ICAP is a full-service commercial real estate development company based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we have formed a partnership with the current owners of the Sears parcel to redevelop the subject site. To give a little background, in 2017, the current owners of the former Sears parcel acquired the 8-acre site, and at the time, the Sears was also closing as well. Many potential users and ideas were vetted during the last 5 years, but unfortunately, none were able to get to the finish line. We've also determined that a reuse of the existing Sears box would be too costly, and the only path should redevelop the entire site. The portion of the building is currently being used by Bell & Health to conduct COVID tests in the former Sears automotive bays. Today, we are very excited to be working with Club Car Wash. We believe the use will be complementary to other businesses located in the military corridor any residents need. The sale of a portion of the Sears parcel to Club Car Wash would kickstart the redevelopment of the entire 8-acre site. The purchase agreement requires to demolish the entire Sears building once the transaction is completed. Simultaneously, we have been working with city staff on an overall master site plan. To redevelop the former Sears parcel, existing access and additional access are very important to this site and the neighboring Green Bay Plaza Shopping Center. Therefore, we are concerned about staff's recommendation for approving the CUP, particularly item 3, which states, according to the Military Avenue Corridor 2009 plan, as reason to not allow any additional driveways onto Military Avenue. This corridor plan depicts a redeveloped site that includes the former Sears building and does not consider a scenario if the Sears building were to be demolished. The former Sears building occupies approximately half of the site, and with the removal of the building, there is a definite need for another access point for the additional businesses that will locate in its place. We are proposing only one new right-in, right-out driveway onto Military Avenue, located within the former footprint of the Sears building for this redevelopment. We are flexible on the mission and willing to work with staff for the appropriate placement of that shared drive. The proposed additional driveway onto Military Avenue is necessary for the car wash deal to materialize and for the redevelopment as a whole. We believe the corridor plan's intent was to not grant additional driveways dedicated to an individual business and rather encourage shared access points and internal circulation. The proposed driveway will be a shared access point and promote internal circulation of the entire site. The Sears redevelopment has been a priority for the Military Avenue corridor for a long time, and we are finally working with a user that can begin that process. We ask the council to support this CUP and remove the condition that would not allow the proposed additional driveway. If there are any other questions or discussion needed from this agenda, I'm happy to answer. We also have members from the Club Car Wash team also present on the call to take any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Looks like we have a question for you from Alder Galvin.
Good evening, sir, and good luck to you and your wife.
Thank you.
I've got 4, and it's always fun. So, my question for you is, we've had Mr. Martin talk to us and ask us to think about slowing this process down. He mentions that he'd like to get together with you and have some discussion with you. There's also, I haven't heard why yet, or actually I do know why. There was a letter from the military district asking also to slow this process down. Would the people you represent, would they be willing to just put this on hold for 2 weeks or 3 weeks until all of you could get together and discuss whatever it is that Mr. Martin and Mr. Keene would like to talk with you about?
Yeah, I have reached out to Ed Martin. We did have a phone call last Friday. I did talk with Leah Weicker with the district and indicated to her that I'm happy to have a discussion with her board and explain the overall vision that we have for the corridor. So we've put those items in motion and happy to have discussions with people in the community.
Okay, so if this was just to be held for 2 weeks, so that the committee, or so that you could get together, a presentation could be made to the committee again, and then bring it back to council, would that be okay with you?
Yeah, I think when I talked with Melinda, our alder basically was saying that, we're obviously, time is always an issue with these development projects, and we want things to continue to move forward. The other item that we are addressing, if the CUP is so granted, we hope that the council will take a look at the proposed drive that we have and provide a ruling to take a look at that and potentially approve that. So if that could be a part of the address at the next council, that would be greatly appreciated. We could stall this and I can have the conversations you guys are looking for us to have with the community.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Alder. Quick question for Director Steck-Schulte. The motion here is to hold this item over until our next council meeting. But it sounds like there might be a communication coming that would go to our plan commission with respect to this driveway. So I was just curious when the next plan commission.
I believe it's June 20th. So, but if there was a need, I mean, certainly depending on quorum, we'd certainly try to get a virtual special meeting if it was needed, so.
Okay. So that would be the appropriate venue to have the conversation about this requested driveway, is that correct?
Certainly that is one thing that we take a look at. I think the condition certainly would hold as it is currently presented, that it would obviously need to be approved by our traffic engineer, so.
Right.
Like I said, that certainly does not change, I think, in terms of what's currently presented, but having another discussion is certainly something we'd be willing to do.
Okay. And maybe a question for Director Grenier as well. Would it be best to refer everything back to the Plan Commission to have this comprehensive conversation, or?
I guess, and Director Grenier, if you certainly feel otherwise, I think if that's the only item that needs to be discussed, my feeling is it seems like maybe either Mr. Martin or the Military Avenue bid may have other items that they may wish to come back. So maybe referring the entire item back for, obviously something specific would certainly be helpful to the Plan Commission to give them that direction. I'm not sure exactly how. If it's a refer back to come up in conversation in terms of what the general context of the overall plan for the site might be the more appropriate referral, I guess, back to Plan Commission.
Okay. And then anything from Director Grenier on just the traffic implications?
Well, obviously I have a very long storied history relative to the access control that was negotiated for the entire Military Avenue corridor, seeing as I sat in and negotiated those cross-access agreements back in 2009. But I concur with Director Steck-Schulte that there may be additional items that Military Avenue Business Association may be interested in. I know there's the one item the petitioner's interested in relative to the driveway access. And I do think referral back to Plan Commission to look at the site plan, traffic circulation, and driveways might be a more appropriate motion.
Okay. So I'd go back to, if you could just hold 1 sec, Alder Story, just go back to Alder Eck. Given what's been said here, are you interested in having this referred back to the Plan Commission, or would you like to stick with what has been offered so far?
Considering that, if they would have a special meeting, I would say that if we could hold it, so that basically the Military Avenue Business Association, they are planning to have a meeting with all the parties involved, or, their what is it, a working board, I believe, Leah said, to discuss it and try to come up with a plan that's agreeable to all. And if I could, with Director Grenier, I think it's to you that I would put this, I'm not sure, but the plan in 2009 was when the Sears building was still there, and actually, or well, it's still there, but I mean, it was a working, open store. And so re-looking at the plans based on it not being there, I guess, is part of that whole, the curb cut and the change for the driveway.
Actually, the plan that was developed looked at the entire corridor from approximately Beamer Street to Dousman Street. So if you take a real good look at Military, every block has a single point of access, shared use with cross-access agreements, unless there was an existing driveway that was grandfathered in for one reason or another due to site plan considerations. But the intent was, because of the volume of traffic that travels on Military Avenue, to limit those points of ingress, egress to a single fully directional location to avoid unnecessary points of conflict and make it a safer street. Another way to think of this is we didn't want Military Avenue to function like West Mason Street, where there are driveways all over and drivers can't expect where they might encounter a vehicle. Additionally, beyond the driveway location and driveway functionality, if you look really closely at those, every driveway location that's located at the mid-block along Military Avenue was designed to be multi-purpose. There are turnouts and bus storage locations, and that's where the bus stops were located. So there was a lot of conscious effort that went into that design. The original design was brought forward in front of the Common Council in late 2008, early 2009. That was discussed at no less than 6 council meetings, twice of which the design of Military Avenue was pulled and discussed as council of the whole. And all of those discussions were relative to the use of roundabouts versus traffic signals at intersection control. Never once was the access control a subject of deliberation. So when that corridor plan was put together and explained to the Common Council in 2009 understood exactly what we were attempting to do and the safety ramifications of it. It was supported, and it was continuously supported the entire time.
Anything further?
Okay, I would like to amend and say refer back to the Planning Commission.
Plan Commission?
Please.
Okay. Now, I think, based on what Attorney Bungert has said, we have to vote on the, right, so we need a motion to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw. Second.
Motion to withdraw made by Alder Sawyer, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Alder Eck.
Okay. I make a motion to refer back to the Planning Commission. Do I need to read as?
No, that's okay.
Okay, all right.
So Alder Eck makes a motion to refer this item back to the Plan Commission, seconded by Alder Stevens.
Mayor, just point of order.
Yeah, Alder Johnson.
The floor is still open for interested speakers.
Good point. We'll entertain a motion to close the floor.
So move. Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Thanks, Alder. So we have a motion now on the floor to refer this item back to the Plan Commission, and it has been seconded. Discussion on that item. Alder Morgan, I think you were in the queue. Okay. Any discussion on this now?
Mayor?
Yes, Alder Johnson.
Yep, thank you. Just looking for, to seek some additional clarification. I do like the refer versus the hold. I think it's more appropriate. to allow committee work to happen at the committee level, and of course, to kind of vet out any of those conversations and additional recommendations. The one thing, though, that still remains unclear to me is whether or not an additional communication is required should this body want to contemplate a change in the ingress and egress. So if we could just get some clarity on that.
It's on the site plan they submitted. It's legal for discussion with referral.
Director Schulte?
I think just kind of a quick conversation with Director Kinnear here, because it is on the site plan that has submitted, so it is certainly open for discussion.
Okay, so no additional communication necessary.
So that recommendation and decision could be made by this body at a later date if they so choose, based on this agenda item.
Yep, heads nodding here, so that is correct, Alder Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Alder Steuer?
We're referring it back to committee, correct? So.
Commission.
Commission, you're right. So, what date is that again?
I think Director Schulte said June 20th.
June 20th is the official meeting, but we can certainly check to see if there's, certainly pending the schedule of the Military Avenue bid meeting, we can check to see if there's an additional meeting that can be scheduled before then.
I guess that was my question, to see if there was that possibility to have an emergency meeting if need be. So.
We'll certainly look into that, absolutely.
All right.
Very good. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been referred back to the Plan Commission. And now we're moving back to Redevelopment Authority. Entertain a motion. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell. Seconded by Alder Stevens. Any items here to be handled separately?
Mayor?
Yes, Alder Johnson.
I just need the record to reflect an abstention on item K1, as the applicant is a member of my executive committee, oversees my compensation.
Very good. Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Improvement in services?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Campbell. Items here to be handled separately?
7?
Is that 7, Alder?
Yes.
Any others? Seeing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved, with the exception of item 7.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. The item was pulled by Alder Johnson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to make a motion to amend just one small thing. Section 2, subsection A. I would just, after the word green infrastructure, I would like to add 3 words, when fiscally prudent.
Alder Johnson, could you repeat that? You cut out a little bit.
Yeah, looking at section 2, subsection A, subsection 4. After the word green infrastructure, I would amend to add the words when fiscally prudent.
Okay, can you recite that back as amended, just so council has a sense for what the impact would be?
Yes, sir. I just have to bring up the item so I can read it. If you bear with me, I'll just need a second.
Yep, no problem. Director Grenier, I think Director Grenier has it, so he'll just make a brief comment here, and then we can go back to you, Alder Johnson.
If I'm understanding you correctly, Alder, what you're looking for is section 16-78 sub A sub 4, Green Bay Municipal Code is hereby created to read, promote stormwater best management practices, including the use of green infrastructure when fiscally prudent, particularly where such can support efficient site design, reduce urban heat island impacts, increase beneficial tree canopy, and alleviate localized nuisance flooding.
Yep, that's exactly right, Director Grenier.
Okay, just one point of clarification I want to make for you, Alder. This code amendment isn't necessarily for public infrastructure. These are intended for private infrastructure development. I don't know
So
if
if
that,
you, it may impact, if you could just provide some clarity, is that if somebody is doing, let's say, a subdivision, for example?
or if somebody is redeveloping a parcel, what we're offering them is the ability. Now, again, we stress this at committee. These code amendments are not mandatory for anybody. What we're doing is giving opportunity, because the code is currently silent, to allow people to implement green infrastructure as part of their stormwater management goals, as opposed to using traditional methods like putting a pond. So if somebody's redeveloping a property, say on Broadway, instead of necessarily having a pond, you could have a green roof or pervious pavement or a biofilter or a swale or something along those lines. Like I said, the code is currently silent on that, so what we're doing is giving options for folks, but not mandating anything. I understand the council is looking for us, when we're doing public infrastructure benefits, to have that fiscal demonstration. I just didn't know if you wanted to put that language in for private development.
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarity, Director Grenier. I don't know that was necessarily obvious in the paperwork, so thank you for that. And I'm happy to not offer that amendment, but just the reason I was bringing it up is because obviously we saw quite a bit of discussion and debate around some of the projects that were brought before us previously, and all of the concerns weren't around green infrastructure. Everybody seemed to think that, hey, it's, well, untested. I don't think fundamentally people are opposed to it, but it's the fiscal impact. And so I just wanted to be sure that language was in there. But and again, just to be sure that I'm expressly clear, this is exclusively for private development. This does not impact any type of public investment.
To the best of my knowledge, that is entirely correct.
Okay. Recognizing that, Mayor, if the amendment hold off on that.
Okay, so it sounds like Alder Johnson makes a motion to withdraw. Oh, there wasn't a second on that, I'm sorry.
There wasn't a second, yeah.
Correct, okay. Any other comments on this item from our council? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. Protection and policy.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately.
Number one.
Number one. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item one. Alder Scannell?
Yes, I believe the police have a report for us, and then I'd like to open the floor for interested parties. Thank you.
Lieutenant Allen? Yeah. Yeah, we'll have Lieutenant Allen provide some information for us. All right, thanks for joining us, Lieutenant.
Yes, thanks for having me. It's good to see everybody in person, finally. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm Lieutenant Nate Allen with the Green Bay Police Department. I oversee the Community Police Division for the West Side. I did take a interest on when we were having issues on the Main Street corridor, so I kind of took this up, and I worked with Mike in Dual Sports and a few other bars down in that area. But this is our purpose for denying the outdoor premise was for the amount of disturbance calls that we have there. We went through the calls for service for Dual Sports, along with a lot of, not a lot, but a selection of bars that are more popular around Green Bay, along with some of the more low-key bars. And we'll give you these numbers. As we went through these numbers, we had to pare out some of the calls for service, like a traffic stop in front of a certain bar. That doesn't count. That's out on the street. They just say that that's where the location is. So if officers need to respond, that's where they know to go. So we took out a lot of those. We took out some parking complaints. There was a couple medical calls that we had with some of these bars where a person had fallen down in the street, had a medical emergency such as a seizure, heart attack, something like that. That's not related to the bar, but that was just where units can respond. We had one missing person that had nothing to do with a bar. It was just a place to meet at some point. And then there were some disturbances that really weren't related to the bar. They were spillover from someplace else. So as we pulled these calls for dual sports from 7/1 of 21 to the current, there were 124 calls. When we actually paired out some of these calls, we ended up with 111 calls. Disturbance calls equated for 47 of those, and they did call on 24. So they were about 51%, and that's in a 10-month period. We had a discussion with Mike. Mike had said that, and you know, he does have a point where he's a victim of the neighborhood, and you have excess in Oval Office and such that space. There could be disturbances at those bars that spill on over into his parking lot, into maybe in the front, and that's where it was. So we pulled those calls for Oval Office. They had 83 calls for service there. As we paired out, well, what have I stated earlier, they were down to 64 calls. The disturbance calls they had were 14, and they called on 11 of those. As far as excess from 7/1/21 to current, and these are all the calls I'm going to give you are for the last liquor license cycle. Excess nightclub, they had a total of 8 calls to their location. Actual calls were 7. Disturbance calls were 5, and they had 3. So then we decided to go back to 2018 to the 2018 to the 2019 cycle, and then 2019 to the 2020 cycle for both Oval Office and excess. And they totaled 64 calls for service for Oval Office for the 19-20 cycle. They had 37 calls for the 18 to 19 cycle, 14 disturbances from 19 to 20, and then 10 disturbances from 18 to 19. As far as the excess nightclub, they had 36 calls for service for the 19-20 cycle, and 16 were disturbances. For the 18 to 19 cycle, they had 39 calls for service, and 11 of those disturbances, 11 of those calls were disturbances. So from 18 to 2020, for those cycles of your liquor license, Oval and excess combined for a total of 46 disturbances. And dual sports has managed 47 disturbances in a 10-month period. Let's see. We also pulled from across on the east side, Sardine Can. For the last cycle, they had 46 calls for service. Minusing those calls, they were 41 actual calls, 16 were disturbances, and they called on 11. Crown and Common, which was one of our issues on the Main Street corridor, there was 108 calls for service there, and we had to take a bunch out because there was a food truck parked on the street outside there, which did create some issues. So they got down to 86 calls. They had 32 disturbance calls. They called on 27. So I mean, they're pretty close to 100% on calling their disturbance calls. They did have 3 weapons calls, and they called on 2. As a point with Dual, they did have 2 weapons calls there also. They did not call any of those. Stirrups, pretty popular bar. Everybody's pretty familiar with that. For the last liquor license cycle, they had 46 calls that were to that address. After taking out calls, they were down to 31. Disturbance calls were about half of their calls were 23. They did call on 13. And then a bar that is kind of obscure downtown, C Street Bar, for the 21 to current cycle. They had a total of 7 calls. 4 we had to take out for a few medical calls in there. They were down to 4. And 2 disturbance calls they had, and they called on both of those. So I had a talk with Mike on Wednesday or Thursday afternoon, and, you know, he asked me, you know, why we were denied his outdoor premise. And I said, I don't have any problem with Mike or his business. Employees have been great with us. Mike has always worked with us when we had needed video or anything else. The issue is just the volume of disturbances and calls that we get for those type of calls. I mean, we have officers that know that disturbances are gonna happen there, so they're putting themselves on crime preventions when, you know, they could be going out and doing traffic, or we have these kids running around town here shooting at each other. But because they're maybe the only person available in the city, they'll put themselves on a crime prevention, sit in the parking lot, and deal with that because they know that's gonna go off, or that's a deterrent to have those calls, deter those calls from happening. I guess I'll entertain any questions and clarifications I can make for you if you have them.
Sounds good. Thanks, Lieutenant. Alder Scannell.
Yes. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Yep.
Those disturbances, do we have any idea? I mean, in the past, there's been like over-serving, and we could kind of find like the root of what the disturbances were. Do we have any idea of what's?
As I went through a lot of these calls from all the bars, yeah, you can make the reading the reports and reading the calls, notes in the calls. Yeah, one of the main drivers of disturbances at bars is over-serving, or people who have been over-served and then have made it into that next bar.
So is there a way that we can start, I mean, when we have cited people for over-serving, but is it just difficult to pin down when they're over-served, who they're over-served by, to issue those citations?
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of legwork for, yeah, it's something that's out there. I don't think it's something that's utilized as much as we possibly could.
Okay, nothing else right now, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions? Alder Galvin?
Thank you for your presentation, Lieutenant Allen. Out of the 47 calls in a 10-month period, how many of those generated written reports? And for the public's education, when an officer goes to a call, it's a call. Until there's pen put to paper, then it becomes a report, and there's different documentation of that. So out of those 47, how many of those resulted in reports?
I don't have the exact number, but I believe it's right around the 23 to 24 mark for exact, actual reports. But as well as you know, there's been disturbances that you show up, you and I get in a fight, we don't want anything done with each other, and then parties are sent on way.
Exactly. So if an arrest is made, how many arrests were made out of those?
I'd have to go back for that exact number. I think my partner could look that up quick.
Okay, because usually that's an indication when reports are made or when an arrest is made as to the seriousness of the situation. Sometimes it's just bumping chests, and staff being alert might call the police to have them break it up before it turns into anything really bad, as opposed to getting there and finding a free-for-all in the parking lot or, you know, the sidewalk or something like that. Has the owner been willing to work with you to add more staff, to screen better at the door, to look at if their staff is over-serving, or trying to spot those people that might be getting too intoxicated and get them helped out of the establishment?
We've worked with Mike in the past. When we had a lot of the gun issues on Main Street, we gave him lists of people who were continually being involved in disturbances in that corridor, and we were handing those, having them add those to their ban list. That was their prerogative if they wanted to do that or not. They were very compliant in doing that. I believe last I talked to Crown and Common, they have about 400 people that they placed on their ban list, and I think talking to Mike on Thursday, it's about 200, I think is what he said.
So they're using the card scanner to find those people and not allow them in?
Yes.
Okay. Have they made their video available to you to see if you can see if they are over-serving, or maybe there's a problem at the door letting people in that shouldn't be allowed in?
No, we haven't gone in to look at that type of video. Other videos, the most recent was a sexual assault call we had there over the weekend. And we were, it took us quite a while, but we did get video, after we got some passwords, I believe, and finally got in the system, but we did get video for that.
All right, thank you.
Alder Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Lieutenant, for coming in. Could you just give me the number again after you sifted through all those calls, what you ended up with?
We ended up with, I believe it's 47 calls for service,
Over what period of time again?
from 7/1 of '21 to the current, till today.
So roughly 10 months.
Yep.
So there's a number of other establishments that are around that area, around that bar, so is there any way to give us a number of calls that were to the other 3 or 4 areas, bars around that area?
Yeah, I have those
Comparatively?
for the last
Yeah. for
liquor
the
license
same
cycle.
The same, well,
Yep.
the same time period.
Yeah, so Oval had 83 calls or actual calls had 64 actual calls, and then they had 14 disturbance calls. XS had 8 total calls, and 5 of those were disturbances.
Okay. So those are the only other
Yeah.
establishments that are
Yes.
near enough to it?
Yep.
Okay. All right, well,
We had gone out with the alcohol and tobacco. We did some compliance checks through bars over the winter months. And we had gone to Duels was on our list, actually was on their list to check. They added that to what we did. We went there, we did find that there was a manager and a bartender there, neither of which had a bartender license. Mike did come in, I called him, talked to him. He came in, Mike didn't have a bartender license, so we did cite Mike and the manager. The other bartender was under the understanding that the manager who was there, she was working under his. While we were there with alcohol and tobacco, it was informed that there's a significant amount of sales tax that's owed, but to this date, they can't recoup that. We did, because Mike has worked with us in the past, we did allow him to remain open for that hour till he could find somebody. They couldn't serve anymore, but we were on premise while alcohol and tobacco were doing their things. And it took us about an hour to find a licensed bartender to come in so he could reopen.
and Mr. Kane has had a couple of other establishments around the community too.
It's my understanding that Mike is the manager or owner of the bar, but the liquor license is held by a Russ Rocio. I've never met this gentleman.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for now.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions or comments? Alder Campbell?
Yes, Lieutenant. Do you find that do you have more problems when there's more people outdoors on these patios, along with the other people exiting the other place? And do the adjoining bars actually have outdoor patios too?
No, I think that the outdoor premise works pretty well with a lot of the bars that do have them. I guess up to this point, I'm willing to work with Mike going forward. It's just at this point with the number of disturbance and, even some of the drug arrests we've had out of his parking lot, I'm just not willing to give him more than what he currently has until he can get a hold on that. Part of the discussion on Thursday that we had was Mike even admitted that he felt like, he had some conversation with the staff that he felt like, maybe the bar got a little bit away from us at this time.
So there's probably, by allowing the license to go outside, it probably is gonna give them quite a list here.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know, but at this point, I'm not willing to take that risk. I'm willing to
Right.
look at it in the future, absolutely, yeah.
Just to that point, Lieutenant, I was just curious, at what point the individual might be able to come back to make a request again? If you've seen marked improvement, are they able to make this request in the future?
Yeah, going forward, like Brian Bunkelman, who owns Sardine Can, Cave, who owns Crown and Common, there's a few other ones that will call us on a monthly basis to see, hey, what's going on? We can run through the calls for you for a month. We have a yearly meeting with a couple of these bars, just to get them up to speed and up to date on what you got going on, any questions they have for us, a nice, question answer, and just, work with us as a partner,
Okay, thanks, Lieutenant. Alder Any other questions? Alder Morgan.
Lieutenant, I believe at the committee you mentioned that there had been one shooting call at that area, and tonight I thought I heard you say there were two.
Yes,
Are
there
you
was.
able to give me details on what the
Yes,
second was?
The first one was earlier in the cycle, which was shots fired in the parking lot. There were shell casings recovered. The second one was about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago now, and a gentleman got pistol whipped outside the establishment.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Alder Galvin for a second time?
Thank you, Your Honor. The pistol whipping, was that inside the bar or outside?
I believe it was in the parking lot when I read the report.
The parking lot of the bar, not like a adjacent parking lot or anything
No,
else like that?
in the bar parking lot.
And the people involved, had they been in the bar? Was that ascertained?
I would have to reread that, but we were just looking for locations at that time. We had a lot of calls to go through.
Okay. And based on what you're saying here, you don't think there's enough to deny the city reissuing the license?
Honestly, I don't think so. I don't. I just don't think issuing him the outdoor premise is, at this time, is appropriate. I'm not comfortable with that.
Is there a line in the sand where we would request to have the license taken away or not renewed?
I would say that if there isn't any significant, and I mean significant improvement here, yeah, that's coming.
All right. But in your opinion, like you've said before, if he was to come back in 6 months and there had been a marked improvement, you'd have no problem giving the okay on that?
Yeah, we would look at that.
Okay. Oh, one other thing. Is the department doing compliance checks anymore?
Yes, we are.
And how did he do on the compliance checks?
Well, the compliance checks was that he didn't have a licensed bartender on scene the last time we did it. ATF had some issues, alcohol and tobacco had.
Okay, so that's what
quite a
that
few
was? That was
issues.
a compliance check?
Yeah, and we've been doing that pretty regularly with the bars. I think we visited 5 establishments that night.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions? Alder Eck?
Yes, I just want to clarify. So if they don't have the liquor license for outside, but there's still a patio, can people go out there and have their drink in their hand, or is it they just can't sell it out there?
No,
Just to
they can't.
clarify.
They cannot be outside the establishment to drink. The granting the outdoor premise is just an extension of their liquor license, that they can have a patio area or some type of area attached to their bar outside in open air that they can either serve or have people consume.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Steuer for the second time?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So with that patio, there's fencing, of course, and such.
Yeah, there are certain stipulations that go up with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Yep, Alder Scannell for a second time.
Yep. So it sounds like there's been problems along that corridor.
Yes.
And they've been kind of centered here. So, but are we taking kind of a more comprehensive approach of what we can do to calm that whole corridor? I mean, this would be a step. Is there more action? Are we looking
Yeah,
at?
we visit with some of the bars in that corridor, see how things are going. We do have some new equipment with Lot Cop and that. We'll probably be deploying that in that corridor in some shape or fashion to help deter those things. So we do have some new tools that we can deploy now, so.
All right, any other questions for Lieutenant Allen? All right, thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We do not have a motion on the floor currently.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Open the floor, or
No, for the attorney.
you want to ask a question now?
Yeah, if I could.
Okay. Alder Brunette? Okay, sounds good. Alder Brunette?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a question for Attorney Bungert or someone from the law office. Is the law department, you typically with liquor license, the law department provides an opinion. In this situation, does the law department provide an opinion in addition to the police department?
Yes, hi, good evening, Alders. Law Department's opinion is essentially concurring with respect to their concerns as far as the impact to to the neighborhood and to the likely increase of what they're anticipating as far as service calls to the establishment. And those are legitimate reasons to be able to deny an expansion or an extension of their licensed premise to include this outdoor patio.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that I believe the committee asked the police department to give a report, which they just did, and is the law department's changed their opinion from today versus what the decision or recommendation was at the law department? Has that or the protection and policy committee, has that opinion shifted in any way?
No, it has not.
Okay, thank you, attorney.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin?
If I could, Attorney Bungert, could the city grant the license for the patio? But after looking at some information that was given to me by the owner, it looks like they have a pretty robust restaurant business. Could the permit be issued only for certain hours, like say from 11 a.m. till 6 p.m. at night or 7 p.m. at night?
Right. So we can't place conditions that are more restrictive than what state statutes provide, and particularly with respect to hours of operation. So if we were to extend the licensed premise to include an outdoor patio so that alcohol can be served within that designated area, the standard hours of operation that are provided under statutes would apply. So we wouldn't be able to make it more restrictive.
Currently, bar owners fill out a business plan with the police department, and it's not really a business plan about how they're going to run their business. It's about how they're going to work with the police department to make sure we don't have issues like we're talking about tonight. And if they violate any of those things, such as they were to shut down the card scanner, take out the video recording, they can be cited for that, can they not?
That would be the stipulation agreement. And yes, if they do sign off on a stipulation agreement under our ordinance, a violation of the stipulation agreement is grounds for revocation.
Grounds for revocation?
Renewal.
All right.
Or suspension, I guess.
All right.
All three.
I'm just kind of spitballing here, but could that stipulation agreement be redone with them with the stipulation that if their outdoor patio is granted, that the hours are restricted, say, from 11 a.m. till 6 p.m.? And if they violate it, they could be cited, and it would also be grounds for revocation.
The difficulty in again, we can't enter any stipulations or provide any additional conditions on the licensee beyond what state statutes provides. So state statutes are silent as to these kind of measures that the police department finds are helpful to make sure that these establishments are running in a safe and orderly manner, such as ID scanners and security cameras and things like that. But as far as restricting their hours of operation, that would go beyond what a municipality can regulate, set forth in statute.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Alder. Sounds like we have a few guests who would like to testify. Motion open the floor made by Alder Stoyer, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So if you could just approach the podium and state your name and address, we'll appreciate it.
Hey, everybody. I know I spoke to some of you guys today. I did email everybody on the council. Oh, sorry, Mike Kane, 3308 Sitka Street, Green Bay, 54311. So again, I emailed everyone on the council. I hope for the ones I didn't talk to today, you received it and had a chance to look at it. I appreciate Lieutenant Allen coming down on his number of police calls. I know originally at the Protection and Policy Committee meeting, that number was 197 versus 47 today. There were other issues that were touched on at the Protection and Policy Committee meeting that haven't came up today, so I'm just going to kind of let that be, and once they do it, then I'll rebut that, I guess. As far as my numbers with the police calls go, I don't care if it's 1 or 197. I take them as serious as the next. I did do my research, and Alderman Gavin had asked how many calls had reports. There were 17 reports, or there were 32 reports. 17 of them we called in. 5 of them were for car accidents. 4 of them were for thefts. 3 of them were the police patrolling the parking lots, and there were a couple of single different incidents that were reported. So my number was 32 reports, with 17 of them being reported by us as disturbances. So with that, I supplied the council with a lot of information, almost 70 pages, I believe, in an email. The outdoor patio, just even have the plan drawn cost us almost $8,000. Just between all the stuff that we had to do, the plan, we had to get elevations, we had to do a lot of stuff, a lot of work. There was an alleyway that was abandoned. We had to petition the council to have the easements removed, which happened. So all that happened. Basically, the patio plan allows us another 68 people, and with the 68 people, to kind of backtrack a little bit, two restaurants, two bar and grills, I would consider them bar and grills, opened up within a couple months of each other on that 1100 block of Main Street. Green Bay has never seen an increase of people like that ever in the history. I can promise you. No matter where, no matter what you do. I mean, you go to Ashwaubenon, maybe you go, even Howard, maybe. The city of Green Bay has never seen an influx of people in that small of space ever. And I supplied the council with our scanner numbers. Our scanner numbers will show you on any Friday or Saturday night, we have in excess of 300 people in and out of our building. We have lines outside that they stand on the sidewalk on Main Street for hours just to come by us. And to kind of go back to the police reports and maybe the problems, if we're that bad, do you think people would actually stand in line for an hour to come and spend time in our establishment? Absolutely not. I mean, I wouldn't do it. So with the patio basically gives us 68 more seats to have people be sitting down with a burger and a beer in their hand, not standing on the sidewalk on Main Street waiting to get into the building. The plan, I wish everybody had it here. I know the council has it. The plan's a great plan. It offers another bathroom outside, a lot of seating. We have some green space in there. The fencing is designed to mimic the fence that was installed years and years and years ago, I think through some grants from the city on Old Main Street. So it's designed to match that fencing. Right now, where the patio would be, it's basically on the east side of the building. So for those of you that are familiar with that block, you have the Oval Office Strip Club, you have Excess, which is kind of a nightclub, and then you have an alleyway, and then you have our building. To the east of the building is an empty lot it's 100% empty. It's actually gravel filled. There was an old abandoned alley there, but we're next to the east of that yet is an old foundation from a building that was torn down probably over 20 years ago. I mean, it's an eyesore. I mean, this patio is going to bring, like I said, 68 seats. It's totally enclosed. The access to the patio is no longer on Main Street. It's actually on the east side of the building, which would route that traffic, the foot traffic, from our customers standing in line on Main Street to the east side of the building, which would, basically make it safer for everybody. And at that point, that's what we want to do. And then I'd also like to touch base on what have we done since I became aware of the police calls. About a year ago, we had a meeting with the city, the other new bar across the street, which is very popular as well as we are. We had a meeting with the city. Both Lieutenant Allen and Lieutenant Mahoney were there. City Attorney, I believe, was there. A couple other people were there, and it was a very good meeting. And I thought we got a lot out of it. We had Lieutenant Allen was bringing us reports of people that he thought we shouldn't let into the building, and without question, we put them on a list. We didn't hesitate absolutely that day. Before he even walked out the door, we had him on a ban list. He did that. They did that regularly, maybe for a month, and that was probably the last time I spoke to Lieutenant Allen until last week, and I was unaware of any problems at our building from the last time I had him come into the building until the Protection and Policy Committee meeting when I was actually on my way down to Georgia. My daughter's in the Air Force, and I surprised her for her 21st birthday. I was actually pulled over on the side of the highway, and I was basically, I felt like I was blindsided with these police calls. the first number, that Lieutenant Mahoney said was 197. I'm like, I lost my breath. I mean, like, there's no way. 197 police calls in 300 days. That's a police call every day and a half. You know, then his number immediately dropped to 147, and I'm still thinking, that's a police call every 2 days. And I'm thinking, there's no way. So, you know, I did what I could in Georgia. When I got home, the first thing I did was collect all the police calls, and I was almost embarrassed to find out that his number was so exaggerated and not inaccurate to the point where I feel like I'm in an uphill battle right now because we didn't make it through the Protection and Policy Committee meeting. So now I feel like I got a lot more work to do to get an outdoor patio. I mean, it's just, you know, one thing, this patio, police calls or not, this patio is a good addition to Main Street. I mean, the bar across the street is a good addition to Main Street. I stated at the Protection and Policy Committee that we were a victim of the neighborhood. And I feel like we are, but I feel like we do a very good job of maintaining or becoming better, growing. You know, we didn't think we were going to be as popular as we are. I mean, we couldn't plan that, but we've adapted to the point where, I mean, I think we do a good job. I mean, 17 police reports doesn't sound like a very good job. But I mean, we've had 0 instances in the building. We had none. Not one thing happened in our building. And I mean, I know I was told that my statements were once upon a time, my number one objective is to get the people out of the building and let the police deal with it. Well, my number one objective is to get the bad people away from my customers that are trying to enjoy themselves. And that's by getting them out of the building. We don't walk away. We maintain the situation till it dissipates or the police show up. I mean, we don't just walk away and ignore it. My number one concern is my customers that are there to enjoy themselves. And
Sir, we allow 3 minutes for testimony, so just wanted to see if alders had some questions.
I think most of them, I kind of know where I'm going, so.
Okay. Alder Eck?
Yes, just to clarify for the record, is there limited access to the patio area?
There would be one entrance on the east side of the patio, and an emergency exit that was required by the city planning commission on Main Street, exit only. But the only entrance would be on the east side of the patio.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Yeah, Alder Grant.
Do you have a plan to increase staff or security to accommodate for the increased capacity?
Yeah, absolutely. We've already begun hiring extra security and extra bartenders and servers.
Do you know how many security-wise?
We plan on having 3 security people just to maintain that area, the emergency exit as well as the entrance.
Okay, thank you.
It's Alder.
I'd like to add just a little bit to that. We've also, since I became aware of the situation with the police calls, we've locked our back door to the building after 10 p.m. We allow that as an exit only. Just a requirement. We can't just basically lock it. We also use that as a smoking area. People are allowed to go outside. They leave the site of our security guards. They're not allowed back in the back of the building. They got to go all the way back around to the front. We've purchased metal detectors, which I always said if I ever had to use a metal detector on my business, I'd shut it down. Unfortunately, I'm too invested in it to do that. But to you know, for the safety of our customers, we did purchase metal detectors, and the security has been increased. I mean, we increased the security before I even became aware of the amount of police calls on April 25th. So it's an ongoing increase.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Alder Eck, for a second time?
Yes. I forgot to ask this before, but, and again, for the record, the approval, you've gone through the approval for the plan for the patio through the city?
Yes. We have a conditionally approved plan. The condition is, it's based on inspections. Once they inspect it, I think we all know what that is, or some of us do. So the plan has been approved.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Alder Scannell?
Just one question. It sounds like you've been very cooperative with the police and work with the police, and it sounds like the police are trying to get a handle on that corridor, and it feels like it's being, there's issues centered on, on your property, fairly or unfairly. Going forward, working with the police, if the police come up with a plan and things you need to do, you're willing to cooperate and go along with that?
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you.
And I also touch base on that, working with the police. Our parking lot is basically almost like a community parking lot, as is the parking lot across the street, as was once upon a time the parking lot behind the building. It's basically a free-for-all. There's no way to patrol those parking lots. The one across the street I'm referring to is Pomps. There's no way to patrol that. The one behind our building, it was once upon a time shared by the Oval Office, Access, and ourselves. Again, no way to patrol that. I believe early January, there was a fence put up that kind of took some of that parking space away, which pushed our parking space way to the back of the lot, almost to Pine Street, which is the other side of the block from Main Street. So once upon a time we had a good view to the back parking lot. Now we don't have a view at all, with the exception of our cameras. So we, on a regular basis, including myself, put on a high-vis vest, which is a bright yellow vest, and I walk that parking lot on a regular basis. And if I see people, sitting in their cars just loitering, I, move along or come inside and spend some money so I can, take care of some business with you guys and show you a good time. So I mean that's another one of the things that we kind of, like I said, we try and we cooperate at every avenue, to the point where even if stuff isn't close to us, I think we solved an auto theft from the bar across the street. Customer came and used their credit card by us, and I searched for hours in our system and found some credit card information, and I believe the crime was solved. So working with the police is high on my list, and Lieutenant Allen did an awesome job, and then it just kind of stopped. And I'm thinking, it stopped because it was getting better. Sounds like it stopped and got worse. And like I said, I had no idea, and I wish I knew, because I think we've had a conversation. Lieutenant Allen and I had a conversation that all it would take is one black and white truck or police vehicle parked outside for an hour between the hours of 1:45 and 2:45, and I would promise you that if you look at the amount of police calls, they were all within that time frame. I would promise you they would drop by 90%. And I think that's a small price to pay. I think that's more affordable than sending 6 officers to, like Lieutenant Allen said, or I believe maybe Alderman Gavin said, a chest bump. I think that's, unnecessary. So, police presence goes a long way.
Alder Starr?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Kane. You gave us a lot of information. I appreciate that. You own a few other establishments over time as well, and I just wanted to find out if you've had many calls to those places at all over time. 0.
I've owned, this is my fourth bar. This is the first one that we actually serve food in. This is more of a restaurant. The bar doesn't really start until between 10 and 11 p.m. We serve food up until 11:30. This is in the other places, no problems at all. This is, but like I said, the amount of people to this was not expected. How do our capacity, and that's another thing I like to point on. Our capacity is 99 people, and that's why we have lines outside. I believe the strip club's capacity is triple that. I believe Excess's capacity is 375 people, and I also believe that the bar across the street's capacity is 250. So out of the four bars on that block, and the 1100 block of Main Street is very small. That's a really short block. Really, it's not even, I wouldn't even call it a full city block, but we're at 99 people. So out of the, say, 100 or 1,000 people that could be in those buildings at any given time, there's 99 of them by us. So touching back on the shared parking lots, the and our capacity.
I think one of the issues, though, of course, is that you have an outdoor patio. You've got 3 or 4 establishments.
Just 1 second.
Somebody's. Are we good? Okay. So like you said, you know, you have.
Is it touching?
Said me? I don't think it's me. Try that. That's a new one. Okay, let's try it again.
I don't think it's your mic.
I don't know if I do.
All right.
I forgot.
Talking, it goes away.
Give it a shot.
All right. Okay, where was I? There are, I think one of the issues, there are a number of places there. You have a concentrated amount of folks in a couple different establishments. There'll be an outdoor patio, you'll be outside. You said that pumps, you know, you can't really control that, you can have people parking, so, you know, I think that was one of the things I wanted to ask the police, if there's a concentration of folks in that area, and, you know, the more people you have on a Friday night or Saturday night, you can have more issues. It's just, I think that's just the way it is, and I know you're trying everything in your power to take care of that, but do you realize that, and do you feel that you can handle that?
Yeah, and I believe the patio would give us a better sight line to that. Like I said, our parking lot now is way pushed back into the back left portion of the actual lot, which once upon a time was directly behind our building. Now it's the farthest back corner. And with the patio, will be that parking lot will be more exposed to us because we can't see it from inside the building. The only time we can see it is if we're outside. We have the windows that we have in the back of the building basically face directly the back of the building. So with the patio, we'd have, you know, with the added security, we'd have better sight lines and we can maintain that, I mean, better than we can now.
Okay, that's good. That's all I have.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate the
Thank
testimony.
you.
I think we have two others who have joined us.
Oh, well, I could. I think I feel pretty comfortable with that. We can always ask him.
Good evening. My name is Nick Linz. I'm an attorney with Hager, DeWick, and Zingler. Business address is 200 South Washington Street in Green Bay. I represent Greater Source. Shoot, are we getting this again? All right, I'll give it a shot. I represent Greater Source LLC. They are the property owner of 1114 Main Street, and they're the landlord of Dual Sports Bar. They are currently involved in an eviction action of Dual Sports. It's been stopped by a bankruptcy filing, but we are contesting the assumption of the lease in the bankruptcy filing. But what we're here tonight is to voice our objection to this proposed plan. We do agree with law enforcement that who clearly.
apologies for the technical difficulties. I'll just keep trying to mute the room when it starts crackling like that, but I don't know that we have any great solutions, so.
Okay.
Please continue, sir.
Well, I'll do my best. Again, my client agrees with law enforcement, who's clearly came here tonight and says that they're not willing to take the risk that would come with approval of this plan. They would need to see significant improvement that they haven't seen so far. And I think it really can't be denied that this is a problem area. Mr. Kane has pointed out he has the lowest capacity of anybody in the
All right, I will call us back to order. Apologies for all those technical difficulties, and apologies to our attendees on Zoom and YouTube. Hopefully we're back. So with that, any questions for our guest here? Alder Burnett?
Thank you, sir. If you could do me a favor, we have a council member who is not here, but he's by Zoom. Could you just state your name and what your position is again for his benefit?
Sure. I'm Attorney Nicholas Linz. I'm the attorney for the landlord.
Okay. And at the top of the comments, you had mentioned that, and don't have to answer this because I appreciate the fact that you're an attorney, but you said there's an eviction or some sort of notice at the property currently?
Correct. My client filed an action for eviction for really, there was the receipt of only one payment of rent for over a period of a year. The eviction process was dragged out, and on the eve of when I believe wholeheartedly we were going to get that eviction awarded, 2 days before there was a bankruptcy filing, the legal effect of which stops all parties from moving forward against the party that files bankruptcy. So we have been prevented from completing and getting the official court order which would effectuate the eviction by virtue of the bankruptcy. We have filed, or we are going to be filing very shortly, an objection to the plan that's been proposed in the bankruptcy court to ask the bankruptcy court not to allow them to assume the lease so we can proceed with the eviction, again, for non-payment of rent.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. And sir, you were obviously as a speaker limited to maybe 3 minutes. So you mentioned many of your comments in regards to the law enforcement or the safety of the facility. Is that your overwhelming concern, or would it be a financial interest for your client, or is it a combination of both?
Really, it's the safety issue and my client's concern about being held accountable for it, as has been set forth in the property owner notification letters that they regularly receive. You'd think really in normal circumstances, you'd expect the landlord to come in here and be in favor of something like this because it would generate more revenue, which would generate a better or more likely ability to pay rent. But in this case, because of the disturbances and the continued issues that they hear about from law enforcement, that's why they're opposing this. They also have tried to, at the instruction of law enforcement, to set up fences in order to try to curtail the issues that were going on in a lot of the shared parking lots. And the customers of Dual Sports have knocked over the fences twice that we've set up, that at significant cost to my client. And, you know, I think it kind of just shows the kind of out of control situation we have there.
Would you be willing to comment on what your client, the property owner's engagement with the police department and the city's law department in regards to these issues? Have the police departments, has our police department been engaged with the property owner working through these issues?
They have. They've been in direct discussions with Mr. Kevin Weaver, who's in the room as well.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thanks, sir. Alder Stevens?
Thank you. Just a clarification, did you say that during this term of this lease agreement, only one payment has been made to the property owner?
Prior to the filing of bankruptcy, there was 1 month's payment of rent, correct?
Has there been any-
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Since bankruptcy?
Since bankruptcy, they are required to continue to make payments during bankruptcy, and they have.
They have, okay, thank you.
The bankruptcy was filed, I'd say maybe February or end of January.
Alder Storer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks for coming in. I guess, and I'm sure Mr. Kane will probably get back up here because he said he'd like to speak again. So my question for you is, in your estimation and with the property owner as well, that there's money owed, payments haven't been done, rental, et cetera, whatever. The fact is, it sounds like Mr. Kane has put a considerable amount of money into this establishment. You're aware of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So does that mitigate it at all for you, or is it just throwing good money after bad, or what's your take on that?
No, sir, that doesn't change our opinion. We still would like this to be denied, and frankly, we believe that, you know, we'd be better off, notwithstanding the possible better chance of them paying what's owed, we still think it would be better off in the long run for them not to be tenants there. So in a sense, you felt like maybe some of that money that was spent to upgrade the bar, et cetera, could have been used to pay the landlord? Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Alder Galvin.
Thank you. Can't the owner of the property tell him he can't do improvements to this patio?
Not pursuant to the lease, no.
Interesting. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Campbell?
How long was the lease and where are you at in it?
The lease started in 2020, I believe. It allowed for a period of 3 months of no rent to allow them to kind of get started. They opened up, I want to say, in somewhere around October of 2020. I think everything got a little bit derailed because of, that was right when COVID was coming out. The lease is a long-term lease. I believe we have another 4 years left on it or so if the eviction is not successful.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for our guest? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And we have a third individual who'd like to speak.
Good evening. My name is Ron Morris. I live next door. And I'll read my stuff. It's probably better this way.
Your address, sir?
Oh, my bad.
No, that's right.
I live at 306/308 North Clay, which is on the corner of Clay and Pine.
Great, thank you.
If this is Main Street, the Oval Office is here. My property is here. I purchased the property in 2006, as I mentioned, as an upper and lower. At that time, my neighbors were, some of you may remember, the Bamboo Room, Oval Office Dance Club, and in between the Bamboo Room and my property, there were a couple of houses. The Bamboo Room was purchased by the Oval Office, and so I need to say that I was aware when I moved in that we were in an adult entertainment area of town. The Oval Office has been, Bamboo Room had been there, Excess had been there for a long time, and so that wasn't a shock. So Excess and the Oval Office have taken steps during that time that I've been there to patrol their parking areas effectively to reduce the type of shenanigans that happen when people, and I've seen it happen at a variety of different bars throughout the city. Once they moved in, another thing I want to point out is after the Oval Office opened, such a beautiful land, PDQ and I did some renovations, so our block got beautiful. In early 2017, we created an Airbnb profile, and so we began hosting guests in our upper level duplex. Guests have been overwhelmingly satisfied with the apartment and the location. We've taken care to maintain our property to include interior and exterior renovations, exterior painting, and landscaping to keep our place beautiful. We've generated about between $8,000 and $20,000 of income, which pales in comparison to the businesses that we've been talking about, but I'm a small guy. Mid-year 2020, we began to notice extremely loud music, which sounded like an outdoor concert during the evenings to early morning, Friday and Saturday nights. Unlike the thumping bass sounds from cars and passers-by, this loud music was different because it was constant. Friday and Saturday from 11 to 1 p.m. To identify the cause, I walked the block a couple of times to identify the source. And at that time, it was Crown and Common, which had been mentioned earlier this evening. The Crown and Common owner and I had a discussion. I walked over and talked to him and said, hey, check it out. This is what the deal is. And it was a respectful conversation. He agreed to make some changes in his establishment, in the direction of the speakers, and to make some structural changes, which I have noticed have been made, and the the music sound has been reduced slightly. However, July 11th, 2021, the crescendo of loud music, blaring car radios, revving vehicle engines, and disruptive crowds reached a level that I could no longer tolerate. I had to reach out to the Green Bay Police Department because there's only so much that I can do. I feel comfortable going out and approaching people and say, could you? I have an incident report which is pretty available. I reached out to the police department, an action that I typically resist unless all other options seem to be unavailable. Dual Sports Bar began sharing the parking lot with Oval Office. Let me note that prior to that sharing and opening, we had no major difficulties. The parking lot is directly outside of our bedroom windows, and it was during this period that my guest noise complaints increased. We had one guest in town for a wedding. She canceled in the middle of the night and left because of this disruption. I had a doctor from Minneapolis. Him and his family came to town during a time that it was incredibly loud. I had to either partially or fully refund those and a number of others because of the complaints. As a consequence of these disruptions, I've had to create 2 police reports. Thankfully, I was able to talk to a commander by the name of Kevin Warwick, I believe his name is, who left a voicemail message and asked me to call him on Sunday. I did so, and he took action promptly and rather significant, because we saw an incredible amount of presence of law enforcement and some other strategies that he's implemented. My point simply is this: we are in a perhaps dual purpose, residential and business. Main Street, business. On the opposite side of the back street, it's residential. A lot of the folks that are in this area might not complain. They might simply tolerate. But I bought that house. I didn't buy the noise. I didn't buy the car disruptions and the horns and the shenanigans that happened outside our bedroom window. I do believe that being good neighbors, there are things that can be done. And as a responsible business person, it would be part of my responsibility to do those things to eliminate problems.
Thanks for your testimony, sir. Do we have questions for our guests? Just one second. Alder Brunette, then Alder Storer.
Yeah. Oh, sir, thank you for coming and voicing your opinion. I appreciate it. Did you say that, I think you alluded to the fact that you rent out your property, say guests. Is it like an Airbnb sort of arrangement?
It is exactly that.
Or do you think that the excessive police calls, noise, are hurting your ability to generate a revenue?
Simple answer is yes. How do I know that? It's because of the complaints I've gotten in comparison to a point previous to and a point afterwards. Remember, I've been there for a while. So.
Yeah, it seems like you purchased the property. You alluded to the fact that you were aware it was a adult entertainment district, so you obviously knew that going in, but I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but would you say that the situation has eroded or gotten worse since when you purchased the property?
The answer to your question would be yes. But I'm not one to just call them just because, tried to work it out myself. So there have been a number of times where I've had to go out to the parking lot and tell folks, excuse me, we got people sleeping right here, would you mind? Or some other things. But at this point, it escalated to a point that so what I've had to do, also as a suggestion by other responsible, is I've had to, of course, add a disclaimer on my Airbnb thing saying, check this out. This is what happens, what is likely to happen. So if you're a light sleeper, but we only have one time to make a first impression.
That's right. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Yep.
So the Alder Store?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks for coming in. So you do live in that property?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
I love that building.
Right. I can tell. So as far as some of the issues with the noise and that, would you say, can you put a handle on as far as what places it's coming from mostly?
Oh, absolutely.
I think you mentioned it, but could you
Okay,
do that again?
and this is how I came to conclude. Remember, I mentioned that I've been there for a while. So bamboo room, Oval Office, and then, and no complaints. XS has been there the day before me. And at the time that I moved in, that big back parking lot was all excess. And they were there. And
So no problem?
I sleep there, and, but it was only, as I mentioned later, that the Airbnb happened. And it was only after that, when the two new businesses, as have been talked about, came in, I spoke to one, and he made some changes. There's no more of, it got big bass that rattles the floor, rattles the ground. He made some changes, and he put up a structure that buffers the sound of his music coming through there.
So you feel the patio would make it even worse?
I can't predict the future,
right.
but I can look at prior behavior and make some assumptions about future behavior. And
I'm good with that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Scannell and then Alder Grant.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Yeah, and that is a great house.
Yeah, thank you.
Have you had a chance to talk with Mr. Kane about his business?
I haven't.
Okay. I was just wondering how.
I've been in, went in to, their neighbors, so I went in and had some food or whatever, looked around. And in my opinion, it didn't appear to me to be a place where my thoughts or opinions would likely be, I didn't feel comfortable going in there doing that. Whereas I did go to Crown and Common and spoke to them. I've talked to, folks at the Oval Office, throughout time, and stuff, and they've, I mentioned, hey, your trash is blowing up on my thing, and they went out there and they picked up stuff, and we're good in that way. So
Okay.
we are a neighborhood, righteous, and good neighbors.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered. Thank you.
Thanks.
Alder Grant.
I'm sorry. Alderman Scannell just asked the same question, so I'm.
Okay, no problem. Any others? All right, thank you, sir. All right, I think that exhausts our list of guests.
Well, could we have Ms. Kane?
Sure. Yeah. Sir, and just keep the comments brief. It sounds like we probably have some more questions.
First of all, I'd like to commend the gentleman on his property. Very nice house. Unfortunately, it is surrounded by the strip club. I'd touch base on it real quick. His house is now only surrounded by the Oval Office's parking lot. we're no longer have access to that island, I guess, where his house sits. So just brief on that. I'd like to touch on some of the things that Attorney Lynn had to say. First of all, we had leased a property back in 2020, January 2020, and COVID hit. After putting, $350,000 into a building that we do not own, we came to some agreements with the property owner that we would offset some of the rent by doing work at his other strip clubs. I'd also like to mention that the property owner is not from Green Bay. I'm 46 years old, born and raised. I've been here every day of my life. The property owner owns multiple strip clubs throughout the state. We started doing work for the owner in January of 2020. To this day, I have not been paid for any outstanding invoices that we've collected. And I believe right now they're in excess of $35,000 that they owe me. So just to touch base on unfortunately, the owner of the property may have been a little bit smarter than me and figured out a loophole to try to evict us without claiming we didn't pay rent, when in fact we've been paying the whole time. Going back to some of the other things, we moved into a building that was empty for 15 years, at least, and we put the $350,000 into that building. The owners of the property have been trying to evict us since January 2021. We opened in November of 2020, after blood, sweat, and tears through COVID, hundreds of thousands of dollars. We finally opened November 1st of 2020. So their eviction attempts had nothing to do with police calls and everything to do with, they undersold us the building, plain and simple. They leased us a 4,000 square foot building and the lot next door, which is where we'd like to build the patio, for $1,800 a month. My house payment's more than $1,800 a month. And we're in a 4,000 square foot building and full parking lot, full access to the parking lot, as well as the property next door. So their attempts to evict us have nothing to do with, probably just the fact that they undersold us a building. I also believe that their attempts to evict us have a lot to do with the competitiveness of the businesses. I was told once by the owner that he said that I said we were going to be a burger joint, just sell burgers. Not even realistic statement, considering, you can only sell burgers for so long. How are you gonna pay, how are you gonna make a living selling just burgers? I was also told that we were too competitive, we're too clubby. I was also told that our bartenders and our servers are better looking than their dancers. I was also told that our beer is colder, our drinks are cheaper, and we don't have a $10 cover charge, which I think has led to the eviction. And like I said, January of 2021, we blocked them in several attempts. We're still, they still have not evicted us.
Okay, I think we got it, sir.
So-
Any questions from council?
Yeah.
Alder Story?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Kane, you mentioned that you put in $350,000 into this building. You leased the building from an owner. They may have come forward, but did you and the owner get together, shake hands, sign a contract, do something that would allow you to go ahead and make those improvements, knowing that it should go forward?
Yes, we have the lease states that we have complete, full access to the parking lot. That's number one stipulation of the lease that they've, since breached. The lease also states that we have, it was signed for 5 years with another 5-year option, the first right to refusal. So they've basically breached this lease first. Even with our agreement to offset the rent by doing other work and other properties, they, all along the way, they've been dishonest and, I almost like to say sneaky. And like I said, unfortunately, they're a little smarter than I am, and I say this lightly, they gave me enough rope to hang myself, and that's how I feel, and I think that, and we're gonna keep fighting the fight. We obviously don't wanna lose a $350,000 investment. The patio, is another $100,000 plus investment. So these are things that, we obviously aren't just gonna walk away.
Right. And I understand that, but it just seems it's kind of a unique situation. I have a hard time seeing how much money you're spending, knowing that you and the landlord don't get along. I don't know, I'm just having a hard time trying to equate everything with that. That's my big main crux right now, so that's
Thanks,
all I
Alder.
have.
Other questions? Alder Campbell?
I know what it's like to substantially put a lot of money into an old building and create it. I've watched that project for years. And sometimes it does take a long time, and it's very hidden on the amount of money and really what it's going to turn out to be, and then hopefully create the business for it. So I think for the amount that, I think if we had a lease to at least look at, if that's possible. I mean, I truly understand that you're explaining it, and you surely improved that building to the point that you're able to make it a go. Now, I understand the capacity and everything like that and the improvement, and it all sounds like a great plan. And I think food, do you think that this is gonna change the structure of your customer, maybe the age and the time they hang out, and husband, wife versus girlfriend, boyfriend, girlfriends?
I absolutely think that, and it's also gonna, the people are still gonna be there, the parking lot's still gonna be there, no matter, I mean, that's not gonna change with the patio. All the patio is gonna do is give 68 more people a place to sit down and eat and drink and, have fun.
Understood.
The traffic in the parking lot.
So when you said you have 5 years and a 5-year right of refusal to purchase the building or to release?
To extend the lease for another 5
Okay.
years.
And that, is that to be agreed on a price, or is it already a set price?
There's a set price, it's a 4% increase per year. So like I said, I mean, they undersold us the building, where I think our payments on right now are $1,947 a month. And I mean, it's, I wish I could find the same property someplace else for that amount of money, because we'd been gone a long time ago.
Do you think their actions are to find a different person to come in there after it's all nice and fixed up and double the rent?
Triple the rent, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you, sir. Motion has been made to close the floor by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Entertain a motion at some point here. Alder Brunette.
Well, somebody want to make a motion first.
I'd like to ask a question.
Go ahead, Alder Brunette.
I can, yes.
Okay, Alder Scannell.
Okay, if we held this till our 28th meeting in June, does PD have specific actions that we can work out with the owner, that we could measure, and specific actions they would wish to take on a corridor that we can measure to see if we can get a handle on the disturbances in this corridor?
Chief?
It would be very difficult for me, Alder, to sit here right now and come up with a plan as comprehensive as would be necessary. I mean, obviously, we have very serious safety concerns about the risk of expanding alcohol service at this business, just given the unexpectedly high volume of customers that the owner has mentioned today, coupled with, a very significant, especially for its size, number of disturbance calls there. I mean, that would be my first concern, would be that whatever measures we would recommend would be sufficient. And then my second concern would be that there be some legitimate enforcement mechanism to make sure that we actually take those actions and then maintain them into the future in order to not have the problem come back. I will never tell you, however, that anything is impossible. So we would certainly, if that's council's will, that we go back and try to come up with a plan and bring it back, then that is certainly what we will endeavor to do.
Well, I asked this because Lieutenant Allen said that if things calm down, they wouldn't necessarily oppose the owner coming back with this. And so instead of perhaps coming back and having to go through committee and council again, if we just held it, and I don't know if if we held it that long, would the PD be able to come up with a plan, not tonight, but with a plan to sit down with the owner to see, because obviously there's still issues with this corridor that need to be worked on anyway. And he would not be able to use it, we're holding it, so the patio's still not in use. It's just a way of buying more time to see what can be done to work on this, since he has been cooperating in the past with PD, and he said he's willing to keep cooperating with PD. Just to, because he has invested so much, just to try and see where we are at that time, and then we can either decide, well, no, this just isn't going to work, and kill it, or extend it, or say, okay, what has been implemented has been measured and is working, and feel confident, going forward. That would have to come from PD, if that's how you felt. I just feel that would be perhaps in the city's best interest, as far as trying to get a handle on this area, and not too punitive on the owner, and also perhaps allow more time for other issues between the owner and the property owner, business owner and property owner, to get some of their issues worked out before we need to make a decision on this.
Alder, I think my concern with that would be, that's a really tight timeline to take a problem this significant, come up with a plan, implement the plan, and then monitor the progress of that plan long enough to be sure that any solutions that we saw were sustainable. I would suggest that this is a big enough issue in this location. I think it is unrealistic to think that we can have all of that in a month.
Okay, so you would prefer that we denied this, and that whenever things you've got a handle on them, then you would notify the owner that PD would no longer have an issue with them opening a patio and he can apply again? Do you prefer to do it that way?
I think that would be my recommendation, and certainly we would be more than willing to commit to work with the owner on resolving the issues and come back together at such time as we've successfully resolved the problem. I think that would be much more likely to succeed in actually solving the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alder Johnson.
Was that me, Mayor?
Yes, it was.
All right, sorry. Initially, when I was listening to some of the testimony, and I appreciate all the facts and details that Lieutenant Allen shared with us, and it seems a lot of like, well, it's their problem. No, it's their problem. A lot of finger pointing and whose problem it is. And I think Alder Scannell, broached this topic a little bit, and as did a few others, that we really need to address kind of the problems in this corridor as a whole. It's not uncommon for business improvement districts or to kind of maybe facilitate some conversations, and maybe that would be my recommendation, is that we talk to the old Main Street organization over there to see if there's something that we can do to increase security in that area as a collective. Just generally speaking, of course, I always think more eyes is actually a better solution. So if you put eyes on the outside where the problems are occurring, it just seems to me that that's actually contributes to the solution. I mean, if we're on the brink of potentially taking action to eliminate or take back somebody's liquor license, it seems to me that this isn't necessarily the right tool or mechanism, that it's really the real tool is that we just have to address the issue head on. But then I'll admit, like I heard some of this other testimony, and this is where I would like to have our law department's input a little bit. There seems to be a lot of potentially civil litigation going on around this issue. Whether you're talking about challenging bankruptcies, you're talking about eviction notices. Now, certainly one could look at this and say, gee, somebody is a year roughly hasn't paid rent. I mean, that's $1,800 a month. We were told is very affordable for 4,000 square feet. It is. I mean, that's a 24,000-ish roughly, right? Outstanding balance. But we're going to put in a $100,000 patio. The math on that just doesn't seem to add up to me. Why don't we just take care of the outstanding rent? And that's where, of course, and the other outstanding issue comes into play for unpaid work. And so my question for our law department is, as a council, is it appropriate for us to consider pending or potential future litigation before making a decision or taking action on something like this? Is it appropriate for us to say we'd like to see that resolved before we take action on a premise expansion?
Sure.
This is a
Alder,
messy situation. I mean,
Yes,
it's-
no, if you'd like for me to answer at this point, yes.
It would, yes,
So, yes. So, while the requirement that the city clerk's office has in place and that law department reviews is to ensure that the licensee, when they are applying for a license, has control over the property, has basically permission to be there, either through deed as an owner or through a valid lease. We don't get involved in the civil disputes between the landlord and the tenant. Essentially, if the tenant gets evicted, that resolves itself because the license is no longer valid. And that's the end of the inquiry from the city's perspective. So while I think naturally issues arising between the landlord and the tenant is something that kind of calculates and factors into the thinking process, it's not necessarily a barrier or a basis upon which a denial should be based. The denial should be based on not anything specific between the relationship of the property owner and the tenant, but more so the other factors that are being brought up with respect to the establishment not being run appropriately, lawfully, the amount of resources that are being directed as far as public safety resources that are being directed to the establishment. Those would be the critical factors that the council, from a public safety perspective and impact to the cleanliness and livability and enjoyment of the surrounding neighborhood, those would be the primary factors. Essentially, if the relationship does end up souring and the tenant is evicted, then they no longer have a liquor license at that location and the conversation.
Right, okay, and I appreciate that insight, Attorney Bunkert. And so to me, it kind of leaves us in this position where, of course, and you did say this, that while it might be a questionable business decision to invest $100,000 into something that's uncertain, there's no legal foundation by which this body would make that determination. So really, it would then be police department's concerns and recommendations really is the deciding factor on this issue. Like I said, I'm a little bit torn. I'd actually, if there are other comments from the council, I'd love to hear that. But thank you for that.
Thanks, Alder. Further comments? Or maybe a motion? Alder Stoyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think if you look at the agenda item, it's looking at the disturbances, et cetera. And it seems like we're getting into landlord, tenant issues, we're getting into all this other stuff that I appreciate Alder Johnson bringing it forward and actually having Attorney Bungert answer a lot of that. So I think we have to try to stay focused on that particular point. But I'm still having a hard time with the amount of money that's out there. He didn't get paid for being a contractor per se, fixing it. The landlord's not getting paid. And then Alder Campbell made a good point. If he does all this work, then, evict him and then he'll benefit from that. So there's a lot of what ifs, and I think it's very difficult. So I'm having a hard time at trying to find out where I stand.
Okay, Alder Burnett?
Go ahead.
Motion to deny.
Motion has been made to deny the request.
Motion was to deny. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve of the committee recommendation.
Okay, so Alder Burnett makes a motion to approve the committee's recommendation to deny the request. That was made by, as I said, Alder Burnett, seconded by Alder Stevens. Comments?
Yeah,
Alder?
I mean, it's tough because we're coming from a pandemic situation where there are a lot of businesses that are struggling. There are a lot of businesses that went out of business. and a lot of people that are affected. And I think Attorney Bungart hit the nail on the head in that we really have before us two sides to a property dispute, and depending on the arguments from either side, it's hard for us to get in the middle of said property dispute. It comes down to public safety. And quite frankly, in Green Bay, we are in a situation, and this is not uncommon throughout the entire nation, most parts of the nation, where we have increased crime. And at some point, you know, when the law department and the police department both at two separate times recommend that we deny the license, take quite a bit for this body to overturn their professional opinions. Looking at the 18-week mark for crime statistics, and this is no fault of the police department, they're stretched, they're responding to a lot of real serious issues. You know, murders up from last year, sex offenses are up from last year, robberies are up, burglaries, thefts, motor vehicle thefts. The only things that have gone down are aggravated assaults and arson of the top, you know, type of 8 types of crime. So it would take a real strong case for us to overturn the recommendations, in my opinion, of the police department. Now, the gentleman seems like he, you know, has a good business plan overall, and I'm hoping that after this vote, if the motion is to in fact deny the expansion of the business, that he does work with the police department and maybe come up with a different plan or different solution. But to me, it's a tough situation, because we have people's livelihoods potentially on the line here in a property dispute, in a tenant-landlord dispute. It's hard to hear this sort of thing and not feel a human emotion that gets connected to it. But I support the recommendation of the police department and the law department. I think we need to, you know, not allow this expansion at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin?
Thank you, Your Honor. After Attorney Bungert spoke, it's quite clear. The personal disputes have no bearing and should have no bearing on any decision we make today. What we need to base our comments on are the police department, the neighbors who've given us their comments and their experiences, and the statements from the bar owner himself. And that's only what we should be basing our comments on, or our decision, ultimate decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Alder Scannell?
Quickly, yes, I'm going to support this motion as well. I'm hoping that PD and the owner and Old Main and the other business owners can get together and come up with some ways to start. I mean, I know we've had in the past problems with areas, problem areas on Washington Street, whatever, and, you know, PD got together with the business owners and they got things worked out and things improved considerably, so I'm hoping we can do the same thing here. But for right now, I think this is what the PD needs, this is what the neighbors need, it sounds like, and it's tough on the owner, but, I mean, we're not taking his liquor license, we're just not allowing him to expand at this time, so I find it, you know, I support that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any final comments?
Board vote.
Sure. So we have a motion and a second. A board vote has been requested, so we will do so.
Thank you, Alder.
And this vote is to deny the request to expand the premise. That motion succeeds 10-1. So we are on to granting operator licenses. Motion has been made to approve the report of Protection and Policy Committee granting operator licenses. Any names to be held separately or abstentions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That report has been approved. On to report of the Finance Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Scannell. Items here to be handled separately.
1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Sorry, guys.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Any others to be held separately? Seeing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of the report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So we are on item 1. Alder Brunette.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Director Ellenbecker, if you could advise the council on some conversation that we had before the meeting. There's a bit of housekeeping that occurred since the Finance Committee that we need to take an action on as a body.
Yes, thank you. What you see in your packet for the resolutions for the 2022 bonding, they were estimated, they were projections, and the actual sale happened this morning. So since then, we've got some updated information. What item number 1, the change to that resolution, it actually, based on interest rates and other changes, the amount borrowed was reduced to $14,300,000, so a decrease of 175. And so that would be the resolution. We have the final one, like I said, was received this afternoon. So that would be the one that we would be asking the council to approve. And item number 2, which will, do you want me to talk about that one right away?
Sure.
That one has the same situation. After the sale was approved this morning, it is a reduction of $45,000. So the amount to actually be borrowed for the promissory notes would be $3,780,000. In total, the two bondings came down about $220,000 from the original request compared to the resolutions that are in your packets. So they were really holding places until we got the finals this afternoon. So you would have this in the Finance Committee report, and then the actual resolutions are under the resolution section also.
Yeah, so Mayor, if I could, make a motion to approve the make a motion to approve as written, with the exception we change 14,475,000 to 14,300,000. Would that be correct, Attorney Ellenbecker?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's an amendment that's been offered by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Scannell. Any discussion on that or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment. Motion has been made to approve that item as amended by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved as amended. Item 2, Alder Brunette.
Same thing, Director Ellenbecker mentioned that. Motion to approve with the amendment of the dollar amount to $3,780,000. Is that correct? Okay.
Amendment has been offered by Alder Brunette to change that dollar amount as he stated, seconded by Alder Scannell. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is successful.
Motion to approve is amended.
Motion to approve is amended made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Campbell. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved as amended. On to item 6, Alder Brunette.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to hold, and if second, I'd like to comment on why.
Motion has been made to hold this item by Alder Brunette and seconded by Alder Stoyer. Alder Brunette, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And the reason why I pulled all ARPA-related items is not so much that I disagree in spending ARPA on these items. I voted for most of them, with the exception of maybe a handful. But one thing that I had realized in discussions with some of the council members and members of the community is it would be helpful for us to know, and this, I'm not meaning this in any disrespectful way to anyone at City Hall whatsoever, but I think what would be helpful is if we had a list of things that perhaps ARPA could be spent on under each category. Neighborhood associations, wonderful thing. I support neighborhood associations. I think they do tremendous work. But if we're going to be spending or distributing $150,000 to neighborhood associations, what are the other things we could spend those funds on under that neighborhood enhancement category? Some municipalities have done different things. Some, perhaps are good things, or some that people might disagree with. But we don't have that list, in my opinion, of 5 or 10 things that we could distribute the money towards. So my concern is that when we disperse these, and again, they could be very good and valid things, but what is it that we're bypassing? What opportunities perhaps we may not be aware of as a body that a year or two from now we're going to go, you know what, we really missed an opportunity. Neighborhood associations, though wonderful, perhaps they can fund on their own. Maybe we can apply for a grant or some corporate sponsorship, and the $150,000 perhaps be spent on some major initiative that otherwise taxpayers would have to fund down the road. Neighborhood equipment, park equipment, increased signage, street lighting, you name it. There are other opportunities. So I'm not trying to be real divisive here. I just think that for this particular one, I just simply think a motion to hold, and then we'll see what other options are, and then as a body, we can determine how we're going to disperse those ARPA funds. So, pretty simple.
Ms. Alder. Yeah, Alder Scannell.
Are we there? Have we spent all the ARPA funds then? Does this empty that kitty? Okay, how much is left?
I'd have to go to Director Ellenbecker on that. So this is crime prevention and neighborhood enhancement is where that's coming out of.
I don't have it right in front of me. I'm not sure if Susan House is online. She might have that. Otherwise, I could add up the total, the items.
A ballpark figure even, just?
So $2 million was set aside initially by the resolution. Chief, I don't know if you recall exactly what has been designated for you all.
We have designated about half of that, if you count the $650-ish thousand that we kind of put aside for gunshot detection that we're waiting to get the RFP back for. So there's a little bit of, there's potential that that project, whatever form it takes, might come in less than that and free up more money. But right now, we've encumbered basically $1 million of it.
Okay. That's roughly 1.4 then. Ms. House is also on the line. If you have that number at hand for council.
Hello, thank you. If you look on page, I think it's page 3 of my memo, are the totals for each category, for the 2 categories for this request. So the crime prevention, there was 1.6, and after this request, there would be 1.5.
Alder Scannell.
Not at this time. I want to think a minute.
Okay. Sounds good. Other comments or questions from council? Alder Galvin.
Thank you. We've been discussing ARPA funds for how long? Can someone give me a ballpark figure, how many months?
We've had the funds for about a year.
About a year.
At this point. We passed the resolution in December, I want to say.
December, okay.
So since that point, the council has had the opportunity, obviously not the whole council because we have some new members, but council has a body, as a body, has had the opportunity to submit suggestions since that point.
Okay. And several of those, they've been approved. We took input from citizens. We took input from alders. Department heads have, I would imagine, weighed in rather heavily on this. And based on all that input, this is what we've come up with. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as I look through Ms. House's letter to us, it's pretty detailed. I mean, it's several pages long. It's got information about how much we want to spend or allocate, the parameters what it's going to be spent on. I mean, I understand, Alder Burnett, that at committee level, we had a lot of discussion about, we'd like to get the whole package at once. That I get. What I'm not understanding here is, do you want more ideas and suggestions put out there what this money can be spent on?
Could I?
If I could ask Alder Burnett, because I'm trying to decide if I want to get on board with this or not, because if we've put all this time, department heads, citizen input, Alder's input, have had a lot of time to put input into what they'd like to see this spent on. If this is what is being decided to spend it on, what more input from whom or where or what are you looking for? Or is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, Alder?
Yeah, Ms. House is on the line. From what I gather, I think some municipalities have been obviously distributing their funds. Could you explain some things under the neighborhood enhancement? By the way, I agree with the categories. That I'm not going backwards in time. I agree with everything we've done to this point. I'm not questioning that. But going forward, it seems that the federal government has allowed some additional uses of ARPA funds that perhaps we were not aware of over time. And maybe Ms. House can just answer the question, what sort of things could the city allocate the $2 million for in this category?
Ms. House?
I'm sorry, while you were talking, I was opening up my spreadsheet. You were asking about the crime prevention category?
Crime prevention and neighborhood enhancement in this particular case.
There are a lot of options in this category. It is a pretty pretty broad category that we can use. These options they fit right in with the guidelines. The neighborhood enhancements, trying to bring communities back together, trying to bring the impoverished neighborhoods up to a middle income standard is basically what they're looking for. They're also looking for crime prevention in any manner. It could be that gunshot detection system that the chief had mentioned. It can be more staff, bringing on more staff. It could be bringing on more the staff that have already been laid off or furloughed, bringing those back in. It is a wide variety of items that we can bring in.
Okay, can I clarify a question, sure. Mayor? Is it possible, we have a lot of parks in the city and a lot of children in the community need that sense of engagement, and would playground equipment or enhancing those sorts of activities within our park system be an approved use for the funds?
That is an acceptable use of the funds, yes.
Yeah, and we had a reduction of our playground programs where, some parky programs unfortunately are not going to happen this year, or dollars for lifeguards, things that people go to the parks to improve their quality of lives. I think that those would be acceptable uses as well, correct?
Those are acceptable uses, and that could also be one of the categories for the neighborhood enhancement for the neighborhood associations.
Yeah, so anyways, Alder Galvin, that's sort of my question. If there's some playground equipment at an at-risk park, if there's some things, it would be nice to know what those things cost. So I just think a hold, and let's figure out those details to look at options.
But if that's,
Alder Galvin, you have still the floor.
so if that's what you're looking for, and I know we have some limitations on how soon we have to dispose or disperse these funds. But now we're going down the road. I mean, have you written anything up like that, or are you suggesting that staff go looking for those things, or are you going to be submitting, or are you going to look for more input from the public again on some of this stuff? Because it sounds kind of like the sky's the limit, but then we start going down the rabbit hole of we're going to start paying lifeguards and park staff another $5 an hour to get more people to come work for the city, but in 2 years, when the money's all gone, how do we sustain that? Then we just have mass layoffs and we shut down all those programs again. If we're going to install park equipment, I get that, because those have a life of many years. But, you know, how long do you want to hold this? I mean, these funds, once they're dispersed, they can start having a positive impact on our community. I think you agree that pretty much what we're looking here, at least on this item, are things that you agree with. You know, I mean, do you want to hold it for 6 months? You know, a month, a year? I mean, I don't know why these can't go forward as long as there's still money in that we haven't committed to anything yet, if I understand correctly.
The 7 categories that I pulled are a total of $1.7 million. So the question is, you know, look at the aggregate of those dollars. Could there be other uses for those dollars? And respectfully, I will say, and I won't speak for some of the newer members of council, I think some of the newer members of council were not aware of opportunities to propose funding allocations. So this gives us as a collective body an opportunity to bring forward ideas at this point. And again, no disrespect intended for anyone whatsoever. I'm just telling you that some of the concerns I've heard.
Okay, and I guess my other question is, I didn't hear this at committee level. You're on the committee. We're there to kind of try and hash through this stuff so that we save council time, unless there is a true, difference of opinion on things.
I mentioned it at committee though, Alder Galvin.
But I don't remember like a proposal to hold or anything else like that. And
Sure.
in fact, I don't even remember how you voted, to be honest with you, on it. I just, it's like we're spending a lot of time lately doing committee work at council level. And I'm just, would like to get more of that done at the committee level instead of spending time going back and forth like we are right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. And just as a point of clarification, there isn't like a smorgasbord that you can go to and just pull programs out of. There are 467 pages of rules roughly associated with this legislation. And so the sky might appear to be the limit, but without looking at the rules, it's really hard to determine whether or not that's actually the case. So there's obviously been a lot of work put into this, as Alder Galvin very well summarized, on the part of the community as well as city staff in putting these forward. The council, however, is the policymaking body, and if there are ideas that that council would like the administration to entertain and vet and to see whether or not these different ideas are eligible, there's still a lot of money available that has not been allocated, and we continue to ask council for ideas, and obviously that still stands. So I made it clear at the front of the meeting what my wishes were, my recommendation was, so I won't go into that. But just as a point of clarification, this is a highly complex piece of legislation and not something that you can kind of answer questions on the fly necessarily very accurately. So the best way to go about this is by council submitting these ideas in a formal way, and so we can have that conversation and make sure that these things are well vetted before they come through the committee and through the council. Alder Grant.
I just wanted to say, I know all the amounts seem small, but like Alderman Brunette said, they do compile to a large amount. Us new members were given the proposal form last week. I have big projects that were brought to my attention that actually could potentially save future taxpayer dollars that I think they could be spent more wisely on, but I need time to get those proposals together. Again, we got this last week. So I do agree and second this.
Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. We did talk about this at the Finance Committee a little bit in terms of the process. And while there are municipalities that are each handling it in different ways, sort of the conversation that we talked about is that it seemed to be kind of a piecemeal approach here, where it's meaning that it's one project being presented at a time. Give us a thumbs up or thumbs down, and then we'll have a discussion about the next item, as opposed to what Alder Burnett seems to be referring to, which is more of a holistic, like, here's a slate of options. Where does council feel that the highest need, or where would you like to prioritize? So I suspect or anticipate that pulling all of these items, the intent is at least to request a hold on each of them individually. Interestingly, I think on some of these, I am inclined to support that, but then there are others that I think are more time sensitive. And these dollars can have an immediate impact and not really impact the overall available buckets very greatly, but are things that just are very powerful for our community. And this is one of them. So I am going to oppose the hold on this particular item. That doesn't necessarily mean that would reflect the way that I might vote on the other items, but I do think getting this money into our neighborhoods, we talk about that a lot in all of our committees, right? How do we have a positive impact on our neighborhoods? And I think this funding can do that. But I would also reiterate something here that I brought up at the committee level. I want to make sure that this funding doesn't substitute the fundraising that Green Bay Neighborhoods has historically done in the past to support neighborhood grants. So I really hope that this, at the committee, it was talked about that this would be a complement to that. And so I really, I'm not looking to put any kind of contingency, nor do I even think we could do that. But I just hope that it's a match that aligns with some of the other funding that they historically raise.
Thanks, Alder Eck.
Again, it's no disrespect to any of them. And I actually listened into the Finance Committee via Zoom, and that is when I found out about the ARPA funds, that there were some still available. So I would like to also work on projects for this, and I guess I feel like it would be nice to have more time to consider those.
Okay, thanks, Alder Storer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree as well. We have 5 new members on council, and I think it's important that they have a chance to do that as well. But looking at this particular item, I'd like to ask either Cheryl, Director Wigg, or Director Schulte about this. As far as neighborhood associations, the entire city is not covered by neighborhood associations. So can we get a number as far as how many we have and how many other areas might be? You know where I'm going with that? I'm trying to finish it.
Deputy Director Renier Wigg.
So, you know what I'm trying to ask. I mean, there's quite a few areas in the city that don't have a neighborhood association.
Correct.
I would like to see some strategies maybe to try to get the entire city involved, so. maybe
Absolutely. We have, currently, we have about 75,000 people represented by organized neighborhood associations. Not all of them are active right now. We've got maybe mid-30s-ish that are active at this point.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't hear.
Right, so how we came up with our request was, this is under the bucket of crime prevention and neighborhood enhancement. So to us in our department, neighborhood associations is vital to enhancement and crime prevention. Activating neighborhoods, getting them out. I met with the chief, we talked about some potential programs we can do, as you can see in the proposal. We have a fundraising packet that we're working on right now. We have to fundraise for neighborhoods. That's what we've done since they've been formed in the 90s. The city has not supported our neighborhood associations in Green Bay. They've been privately supported. It's been very difficult to raise money in the last round. We raised about half of what we thought we could. But we have to continue fundraising because this ARPA money is only going to be here for this amount of time, so.
I don't really disagree with all of that. I'm just looking at areas that are underrepresented here as well. And I know you're looking at the associations, so is there any thought to that?
We, actually, Will is going to be at a meeting on Monday. Why don't you go ahead and talk about that one? We do work on forming new neighborhood associations.
No, I know you do.
So.
But, and it depends on the neighbors as well, so.
Well, we
Hey,
don't,
Will.
right, it's like, it's a grassroots movement, so we need neighbors to come to us, right? To form an association, we don't wanna form the association on them, but this map is like the coverage area for the city.
Right.
So there's not a whole lot of space that's open yet, that's unformed, but.
I just wanted to mention too that there are some areas that are not as active.
Absolutely.
So that's another thing to think about. I will.
What are you forming on Monday?
So there's a new neighborhood association, will be number 47, if a new board is voted in Alder Stevens and Alder Hutchinson's district. And it's an area that is part of that large missing gap in the middle of the city near Preble Park Neighborhood Association. And it started by a neighbor reaching out to me and expressing interest and deep concern for the state of her neighborhood and wanting to improve the quality of life. And as Assistant Director Rainier Wigg mentioned, the approach to forming neighborhood associations is very much grassroots. It's bottom up, not top down. And the way that these funds are injected into our neighborhoods directly to these associations, it's a way of activating and breathing life. I mean, looking at it from a crime prevention standpoint, looking at neighborhood watches, there's a reactionary method or a reactive method of combating crime, right, where you make a police call after something has happened. Whereas what we're trying to do here with these dollars, what neighborhood associations do, is activate and create opportunities to bring more eyes and a much needed presence within their neighborhood and creating that sense of trust and community, which in turn naturally combats the occurrence of unwanted behavior. So it's,
Like I said, I don't deny that. I think it's all great. I'm just looking at underserved areas, and I realize it's grassroots, but there are areas, there are associations that are not very active or just kind of defunct in a way. It might be a color on a map, but it's not active. So that's my concern.
Sure. And might as well, and I would like to just mention this for the new alders as well, that again, to make these neighborhood associations successful, they need neighbors and residents who are passionate and care about where they live. I mean, we don't run them, the city, on our own. We can't make them operate on their own. We can't pick up residents that, hey, come together, here's your association, do something. It starts with neighbors, people like yourself and I who really care about where we live. So I really encourage the elders in your districts that if you're talking to your constituents and you can tell that there's some neighbors who really care about where they live and want to make a difference, to please, send them our way. Because some neighborhoods, despite like Assistant Director Rainier Wigg mentioned, neighborhood associations have been a part of our community since the mid-90s. And in fact, we're a model to other neighboring communities who come down to really learn from us as a community so they can implement a similar program where they live. But some neighbors and some residents here living here their whole life have no idea that neighborhood associations exist. They don't even know it's an option, a tool for them. So really encourage elders here that as you're working with your constituents and you're finding residents who want to make a difference and care about their neighborhood, to refer them here. Because neighborhood associations start with them. They start with residents, not the city.
We also have till 2024, right? We still have time, so we still got a couple of years. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. We've got a few in the queue here, so Alder Scannell is up next.
Yeah, I'm going to oppose this motion. I think I'd like to see these funds released for this purpose. And I can understand trying to take a little more holistic approach, but that can only go so far too. I mean, we can't take, we're going to have to start making decisions. And any future holes, I would appreciate if we could come with a timeline as well. How long are we talking with this?
And that's just as a parliamentary point, that is necessary. So we would ask Alder Burnett to put a time on that.
Right. I'd like to know before the discussion.
Yeah.
So,
That's fair.
okay, thank you.
You want to chime in on that, Alder?
Yeah, I mean,
1 second.
I don't think I'm unreasonable. A motion to hold for 1 month would be sufficient. I just hear the new alders and I hear the number of people they represent. I think that's fair. Allows us to bring new ideas and see where it all fits. And later at the end of the meeting, present a communication. I know you don't like doing that at the end of meetings, but it would be to the finance department to come up with a list, so a more holistic approach. I'll craft the words properly, but a motion to hold for a month, I think, would be fine.
So that'd be for the second meeting in June?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got Alder Hutchison next.
Thank you. I'm one of the new alders. Appreciate all the thought being brought our way. But just a general question, how much money in total? I just need to get, how much money in total do we have? And after approving these, if we do as they are written, how much is left?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is 23.7 million was initially allocated to the city of Green Bay? Director Ellenbecker, if you have that. What would be left if all these items were approved, or Ms. House, if you've got that?
We currently have 11 million that has been obligated. It is coming in 2 tranches to us. We have not received the second tranche yet. So I'm going on the funding that we have on hand, and we have 6 million remaining unobligated.
So 6 million plus.
Correct.
Plus half of
That's
23.7.
11 million.
Okay, well, what did you just say?
So
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that.
I mean, the important point to make is that we will be receiving the full payment of the $23.7 million basically by the end of this month or next month.
Okay.
And so what have we allocated to this point, Ms. House?
We have obligated 5 million.
Okay. So it's roughly 18.7 that's remaining.
Okay, thank you, that's, I think we have more than enough to look at other things, but being on the finance committee, I was impressed of what the staff put together here, and how they are using the money. And I see a benefit of approving this money right away so we can get started. We're not waiting around. If we have significant money left, then the president's recommendations are right on. We should look at that. But I wouldn't stall this for waiting to, see how the rest of it's spent. I think this is ready to go. It's well thought out. I was part of the meeting. I'm behind these things 100%. So I would vote no to this amendment.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant?
I just had a question. Out of all the neighborhood associations, how many did submit grants? Do you know, the mini grants, I'm sorry?
How many submitted this year? The deadline was just last Friday for the mini grants for the last round, not this money, the private dollars and the 5,000 from the city. I don't know, we usually get 10 to 15, probably.
And there's, I'm sorry, how many total? You
Probably
said?
10 to 15.
Last year we received about 15.
We got, yeah.
But I mean, neighborhood associations as a whole, did you say it was 46? Or how many are there
So-
total?
So there's 46 recognized neighborhood associations, approximately 32, 33 are active, so they have functioning boards of directors, they're doing activities in their neighborhood. So we're looking at, anywhere between close to half neighborhood associations potentially that are active, that are submitting mini grants.
Okay, I was just curious, kind of, again, to Alderman Stoyer's point, how much are we really affecting the full community on this? And then one thing I want people to keep in mind too, that I understand we have a lot of funds left, but they are separated by categories and we are restricted as to how they're spent. So we do have to be careful of that as well.
All right, thanks, Alder. Alder Stevens?
Yes, so neighborhood associations have to do fundraisers and get private money. You guys are as well. So this $50,000 per year, is this $50,000 going straightly to the neighborhood associations? Or is the Green Bay neighbor getting a portion of this as well?
No, it's going into the neighborhood associations under the categories I submitted.
Okay.
So that would be mini grants, operating grants. We'd like to create a City Hall Academy. I know Appleton does it in Bellevue, which would be great to educate people on actually how all of this wonder works. We have some supplies for that. And then we have some money set aside for some crime prevention activities, working with the police department. And then we have 5,000 set aside for some, let's see, some asset-based training for neighborhood associations. We want to diversify the boards, reactivate the boards that aren't activated, find out what the assets, the human assets are in the neighborhoods.
So if I understand you correctly, this $50,000 a year is being funneled through you,
Correct.
but the total of the $50,000 will benefit all of the neighbors, not Green Bay neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay.
it will go directly to neighborhood associations and programs set up for neighborhoods.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions? So we've got Mr. Alder Morgan.
How are the neighborhood associations informed? How are the neighborhood associations informed that these funds are available? Do you
So-
have people that go to these
So we have,
meetings, or what?
we have an umbrella organization called GBN, Green Bay Neighborhoods. When you become the president of a neighborhood association, you get a seat on the board at this organization. And this organization meets every other month. We have guest speakers, they get information on grant opportunities, how things are happening with the city. So that's kind of a means, we also do social media and outreach that way. We have a staff person that's funded by the GBN that does outreach with neighborhoods as well.
Okay, I know my predecessor was pretty good at getting to a lot of the neighborhood association meetings. I'm trying to. I was just at one for Starlight, going to one for Wilder next week. Like when I go talk to them, and they don't seem to know some of this stuff. That's why I'm wondering, that's why I was asking that question. I know just at Starlight, to bring up what their president here said, the only thing they told me is they want to see Eisenhower Park get playground equipment improved, and they feel they've been forgotten. So I don't know if they know that they can do that. That's why I asked that question.
Well, they've certainly applied for many grants and operating grants, and they've utilized the funding sources through the GBN before, so I would think they would know, but.
All right, thank you.
We have a few duplicates in the queue, so if you all could just check your buttons and make sure you want to be in there. I think Alder Eck is next.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, any comments that I made was as a general on all of the ARPA funds. I am the president of my neighborhood association, and I wholeheartedly support neighborhood associations. And sad to hear that it seems like there's lack of communication, because I think that they do a wonderful job of that. So I just want to clarify that, that they do let us know about the mini grants and the availability of operating grants and things like that. So that is just all I want to say that I think they do a great job.
All right, Alder Stoyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. There might be some folks that want to speak in the audience, so I'd make a motion to open the floor.
Motion to open the floor made by Alder Stoyer. Seconded by Alder Brunette. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Floor is open.
Jim Ritterbush, 1054 6th Street. I'm the vice chair of the Green Bay Neighborhoods, and I support this amendment. We have to fundraise to support the organization. We have meetings quarterly or every 2 months. Each president is invited to the meeting to learn about different things that are going on in the community. They are talked to extensively about operating grants, mini grants to do different operations in their neighborhood. Now, Starlight, they could have definitely apply for, a grant to put playground equipment. We have a committee that goes through those operating grants. We decide, by basis of who we're gonna give the money to. So I would hope that everybody would support it. Jesse, I understand your motion, but I think, we gotta get out and fundraise. I'm on the fundraising committee, and I'm looking forward to pounding the pavement to make some money for this organization, because that helps everybody in this city. And there are a lot of unmanned neighborhood associations. We're gonna try to get them going. Myself, I'm going to help mentor, if I can, people who are looking to form neighborhood associations. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them as vice chair of the Green Bay Neighborhoods.
Sounds good. Alder Stevens and then Alder Brunette.
Sure, just a quick question. You bring up fundraising. So how has fundraising been the last 12 months?
It's been terrible. Through the whole COVID, it was very hard to get out and beat the pavement. And we fundraise every 3 years. We try to raise $350,000. That supports all the neighborhoods for 3 years. But with COVID came in, you're not knocking on anybody's doors. So
what was your total amount for the last 12?
I don't have the numbers offhand, to be honest with you. About $150,000.
$150,000? Okay.
And that's all donation through corporations. I mean, I was on the fundraising committee last time also. But I'm anxious to get out and start raising some money for it. And I would really appreciate your support with these ARPA funds because they definitely help everybody in the neighborhood.
So now that we're out of the pandemic, have you started fundraising currently?
We're in the process of redoing our folders. We had folders that we used, which are very outdated. We were Green Bay Neighborhood Green Bay Neighborhoods Leadership Council. Now we are Green Bay Neighborhoods, so we are updating our information, ready to start pounding the pavement.
Perfect. I support you, so.
Thank you.
I got my vote on this one.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ritterbusch? All right, any other guests?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Noel Halverson, 2443 Deckner Avenue, and I'm the treasurer of Green Bay Neighborhoods. And I just wanted to point out that a tremendous number of the mini grant applications that the neighborhood associations have filed over the years and have been funded are actually for things like park improvements. It's that neighborhood looking at the area where they're living and saying, hey, we'd really love to have a digger crane and and a sandbox at this park, or we'd really like to put some garden beds in that park, or it's that sort of thing. There's a lot of actual public infrastructure sort of activities that are funded by mini grants, including, some of you may have noticed around town, certain neighborhoods have street signs that have the logo of their neighborhood association as part of the street sign. It's a partnership project that various associations have done with Public Works over the years, and Green Bay Neighborhoods has helped support that with mini grant funding. So just wanted to point out that oftentimes these things are for public improvements or a festival in the park or some other activity that activates our public infrastructure.
All right, any questions?
Thanks.
Thanks for your testimony. Motion. Oh, we got one more?
Janet Angus, 1403 Shirley Street in Green Bay. You know, I think it's really great that they're here talking about the neighborhood associations, but I had a totally different experience with our neighborhood association. There were about 4 or 5 people that showed up to the meetings, and that was about it. They were advertised. Maybe we get 20 people sometimes. And we never talked about mini grants or operations. We didn't know about them. I didn't know about them. And I went to a lot of meetings. As you know, I go to a lot of meetings, and I try to be involved. And we did the Colburn Park, the whole thing with the park and the pool. And the neighborhood association was sort of involved with that, but not. Then we got the notification through the neighborhood association. I think you remember me talking about how they built the baseball diamond behind my house. And they put $800,000 worth of dirt behind my house, changed the elevation of the land. The notification went through the neighborhood association. Was I, as an adjacent landholder, ever notified? The answer is no. So I think it depends on if you're maybe in the hierarchy of the neighborhood associations. I think all these people who spoke tonight are on the board of a neighborhood association. And Will Peters is paid by the city, I think. And Cheryl Rainier-Wig works for the city, and Noel Halverson knows all about the grants and everything else because he's here whenever there's a grant, it seems like, trying to get money for NeighborWorks, which is fine. But you know what? As a private citizen who's getting notices with a sign that's put up on a street sign that Colburn Park is going to have a neighborhood association meeting, it doesn't work out that great. We tried to do one over by Lambeau Field, and you get so little involvement from people. You have 4 or 5 people being involved sometimes, making decisions for a whole neighborhood, and the whole neighborhood has how many thousands of people in it, and you have 4 or 5 people that show up to these meetings. So I think you have to be practical with how you're spending the money and what you're doing, and maybe not just rely on a few people and these neighborhood associations, and maybe branch out and see what people, your constituents, want and what their feelings are, because it might be much different than what you're getting from a little group of people who are involved. I mean, we don't even have a neighborhood association anymore. It's defunct, I think. So, and Lambeau Field doesn't have a neighborhood association. Couldn't get it started. So there weren't enough people who were interested. So you might want to take that into consideration when you're thinking of these fundings. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with money. Maybe we could get someone to come and fill up the little holes on the sidewalks, or for the sidewalk improvements, or help with sewers. There's a lot of infrastructure problems in the town, especially in our at-risk neighborhoods. So there's a lot of money, a lot of different things I think you can do with the community with this funding. Stopping stormwater from going into our sewer system. I had a sewer problem recently, and that was just a nightmare for me. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thanks, ma'am. Question from council, Alder Scannell?
Just want to understand, were you part of a neighborhood association when you had one, or did they
Yes.
just you were part of the neighbor, okay.
Yeah, I went to the meetings when we
Okay,
had one.
that-
I tried to go to many, I mean, you can only go to so many meetings.
Right,
Sometimes you
okay,
miss some of them, but there just were not a lot of people attending. You had maybe 10 people. And then you come to a bigger meeting and it's like, oh, the neighborhood association said this, this, and this. But it's really not a huge group of people from an area. It's a very small amount of people. It's 5 to 10 people sometimes. And, you know, maybe you need to reach out to your constituents and get 100 people or 200 people. I don't know how many constituents are in a ward, a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000? Well, so you have 9,000 people in a ward, and you've got 10 people in a neighborhood association. I don't know, maybe you know how many people show up for an average neighborhood association meeting, but I know Lambeau neighborhood, there a lot of people showed up when it was about the rats, because nobody liked the rats. I remember the rats. But other than that, you know, the number of people that show up is not a high number of people. So, and like I said, I went to a lot of the meetings and I never knew about a mini grant or an operations, you know, some of the things that they were talking about and that you could apply for them. I just knew that we had to go to Festival Foods and make the hot dogs to raise money. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks. Motion to close the floor? Oh. Yep.
I just wanted to clarify something. The way our neighborhood associations are set up in Green Bay is they elect a board. There's a neighborhood association board. So quite honestly, if you go to a neighborhood association meeting, a lot of times it's just the board that meets. I was just at Astor last night. Our board was there and no other residents were there. We plan events through the summer and that's when the residents come out. So I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that you went to a meeting with 5 people. It might have been the board that was there. So I just wanted to clarify that, so.
If I could, while she's up, or do we?
Yeah, we don't need to keep the floor open for,
Motion to close the floor.
yeah, motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell,
Second.
seconded by Alder Brunette. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Alder Galvin?
Director Rainier Wig, we heard from one of the other alders that his board didn't know anything about these grants. Now, they know about the grants that have been done in the past. Have we notified anyone or any of the organizations about the grants that we are proposing if this money is approved?
We've talked about it at the GBN meeting, making an ARPA request. And we get money, the city in our budget allocates mini grant dollars. So, like, again, there's certainly, we talk about that at the GBN meeting, so.
And, okay, thank you.
Was that did I answer your question?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Alder Stoyer?
Well, I wasn't, I wasn't done
Yeah,
yet. I'm
Alder
sorry.
Galvin, go ahead.
And I would urge Alder Morgan to recontact Starlight. Starlight's also in my district. I've attended their meetings. I'm on their email list. I get their newsletter. I get the newsletter for Oak Grove. I get the newsletter for Astor. I've attended meetings at those. I've attended meetings at Navarino now that I'm back in their area. Joanne's is up and running again. I have not been able to make any of their meetings. But I do know that Oak Grove for sure, Starlight, Astor, all have newsletters that go out on a regular basis to all the residents within their area. And like Will said, we're covering about 75,000 citizens with the neighborhood associations that we have. Unless we're going to start authorizing mass mailings at what cost to start sending out notifications for everything that we're looking at doing here, I'm concerned about how much of our money will be spent trying to do those notifications when we already have things in place to do a pretty good contact with these individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Stoyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, some good discussion on this, but like I said, I had 4 or 5 associations in my district, and I have one that's somewhat active now. Some of the other ones not so much. So It could be a combination of things. Maybe it's behooves me to get out there and fight a little harder for some of those neighborhoods, so. I don't know. I have to really think about that a little bit, but, you know, we had Perkins Park, for example. We got 900 houses in that area. That kind of blew up because of some political situation some years ago. And now people, it's hard for me to contact all these people on issues. I have to walk, or it would be easier for me if there was an association there, so that I could just directly talk to them and save time on my efforts. So I think there's some strategies that, as an alder, that I gotta look at too. So I'll do my best on that.
Sounds good. Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate again that I do oppose the motion on the floor, which is to hold. I think that this is money we can deploy and get to work in our neighborhood right away. It does positively impact our entire community, everything from parks equipment to dumpster days to, special events in our neighborhoods that bring that impact all of our residents and citizens. You know, I remember 4 years ago when we first took up the discussion on the shipyard agreement, and there was $1 million worth of neighborhood enhancements that was part of that development agreement. And it's interesting to me because we hardly had a lick of discussion on that. But $150,000 is warranting a lot of discussion tonight, and a lot of good discussion, I think, related to the overall process of how we're deploying ARPA funds. But this, to me, is a small allocation, an impactful one. I'm okay with us looking at some of these other ones and talking about a hold, but this is one that I think is timely, that's been vetted, that we can get out. And I would also mention with the Green Bay neighborhoods and their process of notifying neighborhood associations is a very sound one. In fact, I just submitted a grant application for the neighborhood association board that I serve on. It can be, people know about it. It can be done. Maybe the one thing just to go the extra mile that I would ask Green Bay neighborhoods or even Mr. Peters, with 32 or so active neighborhood associations, if maybe we could do some outreach and get a verbal email confirmation that, yep, we got your notice, we recognize these funds are available, and now it's on us to take action. But that's part of being in the leadership board. So, but if at least we know that they all received that notification, for 32 neighborhoods, I think we can achieve that. Let's get this money to work for the city.
Thanks, Alder. We've had good discussion. We do have a motion to hold this item until the second meeting in June. That was seconded. Any further discussion on that?
I do. Sorry, I'll be brief.
I've heard that before. Go ahead, Alder.
Hey, now.
Not from you in particular. I'm just saying
right.
generally.
Fair point. I really didn't want this to be anything creating any consternation or disdain or disapproval or criticism of the neighborhood associations or our staff. They do wonderful work. All I was saying is hold it so we can determine how best we can allocate this $150,000 to go towards that subcategory of, crime prevention and neighborhood enhancement. There are a lot of really good things in these funds that I really would like to activate as quick as possible, including increasing diversity and inclusiveness in board representation and event attendance. So there are things that can be done. All I'm saying is let's look at a more holistic approach of what are some of the things that we could do to get the most bang for our buck. There are funding opportunities out there. We had the people who just spoke had issues with getting funds over the last year, perhaps because of the pandemic, mostly probably because of the pandemic. But they have motivation and they want to do it. So if they're going to fundraise and they're going to go hit the pavement and do it for a very good cause, let's not be short-sighted and maybe use that $150,000 we're allocating for this for other critical needs in our city in this category, because this money will be very hard to come by. This is what I've heard a number of times. It's a once-in-a-lifetime investment. If it's a once-in-a-lifetime investment, don't allocate it towards things that people could fundraise for. Let's do the big picture things that it's going to be very hard for the city government to afford in the next few years. So those are my comments. I don't think it was brief, but I don't think it was long either.
No, sounds good. We do have that motion to hold on the floor. As I said, it's till the second meeting in June. It was seconded. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
We need
I
a
think
board
we
vote
will
on that.
use the board on that. Motion succeeds 6-5. So that item is held until the second meeting of our council in June. On to item 7.
Motion to hold until the second meeting in, or hold a month until our meeting in June.
The second meeting in June.
Yes, sir.
Alder Burnett makes a motion to hold item 7 until our second meeting in June. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Grant.
I could comment.
Discussion, Alder Burnett?
Yeah, this one, again, we don't have, we can discuss this particular agenda item, but the overall philosophy that I'm using in this discussion is the same. This one is a little different than the other, because at the committee, I voted against this. In fact, I made a motion to include flood damage, allowing people money to fix flood damage to their properties. This money, $500,000, grants up to $10,000, which technically or possibly would only be 50 homeowners, 50 property owners that could benefit. Question before the council is $500,000. There are certainly things that we can do in this city to benefit more than 50 property owners. And that's a big chunk of money. I was a little disappointed, and I'm not gonna, hold any grudges, but I was a little disappointed that we hear from people in this city that they have flood damage to their properties, and why this money would not, at the very minimum, include flood damage, reimbursements. That was disappointing. So the motion to hold, again, for the same reason as the crime prevention, or the neighborhood association funds. I think that's what I'm in favor of. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Discussion on that item, or that motion, rather? Alder Galvin.
Most homeowners, in fact, any homeowner that lives in a floodplain area is required to have flood insurance. What are we gonna use the money for if they used insurance to repair their houses?
Question?
Well, I'm just,
Well, I think
you wanna hold it.
There was
I mean,
a property owner, I think you might have mentioned, I don't know if it's in your district, but their house is not habitable right now because it's on blocks
It's
suspended
not
in the air.
habitable because she is suffering from dementia. She hired a contractor who shouldn't have been hired, but it wasn't because of a lack of funds. It was just trying to work with the insurance, the contractor, and also her medical issues. That's held it up. It's a sad story, but all of the constituents that I have that had complained at the time about the flooding they got their insurance, they got the aid, they got their things fixed. I thought at committee we were talking about if people wanted to raise their homes, that kind of stuff, that's what this money would go for, not for flood damage. Otherwise, that bill, I don't know if all the ARPA money would cover all the flood damage that occurred. But that committee, if I'm mistaken, I thought we were talking about this would go towards helping them if they wanted to do things to mitigate future problems, such as raising their homes and that kind of stuff. So, again, holding it up does what for us? Are we gonna try and put more money into the program? Because this is more specific. This isn't like pie in the sky, what all can we do with it? This is, that was supposed to help homeowners improve their homes. And I think we did put in the caveat that it could be used for people that had had flood damage in the past to try and improve or do improvements that would potentially prevent their homes from being flooded again.
Thanks, Alder. Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? We'll use the board on this one as well? So this is holding this item until the second meeting of our council in June. is held 7-4. On to item 8. Alderman Brunette.
Motion to hold until the second meeting in June, please.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Morgan. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, same comments as before. You know, again, curb appeal program might be a very good fitting thing, but if the grant for this particular program is up to the 7,500, there are only 40 property owners who will benefit. If the grant is the minimum of 4,000, then 75 property owners will benefit. Not saying that those folks won't get a tremendous lift in these dollars, but if we're going to spend $300,000 potentially, I'm hoping that more people can benefit from that public investment. So, thank you.
Any other comments? Use the board again.
Reading this, I'm trying to see where it says to move it to the next meeting.
So you should have a display, and it should say hold until the second meeting.
It doesn't say that on my screen, it did on the other ones.
Green means hold.
I am voting on a motion to move it to the next meeting, right?
Hold it until the next meeting.
Second meeting in June. And that is successful as well. On to item 9.
Mr. Mayor, motion to hold until the second meeting in June.
Seconded, motion was made by Alder Brunette. Same motion to hold this item until the second meeting in June. Seconded by Alder Stoyer.
Comment if I could, sir.
Yep, just one sec.
Yep.
Just so that they don't see somebody.
Director Hronik, if you could help take that down.
Looks like a chessboard.
No, just the normal screen. Alder Brunette.
Yeah, thank you. Now, this one, again, the motion would be to hold. This one I'm a little more cynical towards, no disrespect to the Chamber of Commerce, but it's $500,000, and I know there are a lot of different qualifiers that go into this, but essentially, the primary thrust is to attract people to the city through employment to help them pay for homes in this community. I guess my concern would be, given this more thought since last week, what about the people who live here in this city? It's great that we're helping employers, attracting talent. That's a worthwhile cause. But I just think that there are a number of people who live here who may be having a hard time affording their mortgage or maybe want to purchase a property and they're not necessarily from the outside coming to relocate here. So again, we just need more time to look at, okay, $500,000, with that $500,000, maybe we can do something different to get more benefit. This is potentially 100 buyers for up to 5,000, potentially up to 10,000. So I just think we can benefit more people with that $500,000. So it's worth a consideration a month from now. Thank you.
And I think we have some residents who might want to testify on this one. So motion to open the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Floor is open.
Thank you again. I'm speaking with a different hat on. Right now I'm been working with city staff, Chamber of Commerce, and other community representatives in my role at NeighborWorks Green Bay, thinking about ways that we can address the affordable housing challenges in our community. And this is one of the ideas that came out of that process in terms of thinking about increasing homeownership opportunities for Green Bay employers and employees of Green Bay companies to attract those employees to make their home in the city if they didn't already live here in the city. And I think it's a decent program. It would be leveraged by, it would be leveraging other investment, including, you know, the private mortgages that the folks would be taking out, as well as other down payment assistance that might be available from the community, or the resources that they might have to make homeownership possible. It is just one of the tools that we could consider. We have at NeighborWorks Green Bay a variety of tools in the form of public and private financing that we use to help people purchase homes. We serve hundreds of families on an annual basis with homebuyer services. And we educate and counsel over 500 families a year and serve over 1,000 families a year with a variety of services pre and post purchase. And so I think this is this is the sort of thing that was generated by the community conversations that you've all invited to think about what are the best applications of some of these resources, given the constraints of the program regulations. And I think it's something that, as we're facing an unprecedented affordability crisis in our country, but at the same time, we're the third best city apparently to live in this country.
You sound surprised, Noel.
What's that? You know, I'm not surprised. Well, I'm surprised that we're only number 3.
Exactly.
But this is the sort of thing that we can use. And granted, there's a limited number of beneficiaries of this. There's a limited number of beneficiaries of any government program or or resource allocation. I think the question you have to ask is about how best to deploy those resources, and how much of your time to spend on these opportunities, given the total amount of funds that you need to allocate in a short amount of time. I think some of the challenges that these ARPA funds create is that they've got to be used, they've got to be deployed in a finite amount of time, and it's challenging to think about using them for things that are funding staff salaries, as others might have mentioned earlier, where then when those dollars go away, you're out of luck. And so investing in capital expenditures like helping people purchase homes seems to be a prudent thing to do, and one that will help those families make Green Bay a home for a long time to come.
Thank you. Any questions for our guests? Alder Grant?
I apologize. I don't know if there's really anyone here who can answer this, but is there a study done of people that move here? Do they stay in for how long?
Yeah, and I don't have that knowledge about how long somebody lives in Green Bay after they move to the community. I moved here a long time ago, and I've stuck for 35 years. So I know some people do, and certainly right now there are a lot of folks who, once they get into homeownership, are thinking very carefully about getting out of their homes, just because of how crazy the market is right now. But we find that most of the families that we're serving are typically staying for the long haul in the home that they're purchasing. They're not moving or selling after just a couple of years.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Armstrong, address 2701 Larson Road. I am Vice President of Economic Development for the Greater Green Bay Chamber, and partnering not only with public, nonprofit, but private business as well, to put this proposal forward. A few things. One, I can understand the challenge that all of you are facing in deploying these public dollars. It's a big job. It's a big responsibility. You should take into consideration a lot of things. You should also take into consideration there is no magic wand to make everything better and to service all 104,000+ constituents that you have in this great city of Green Bay. I have been here for 3.5 years personally. Green Bay has a ton of momentum. You have a lot of good things going on. You can choose to continue and create that momentum, or you can choose to stop that momentum. And I'm going to encourage you to continue to move that momentum forward because this is a great place to be. I will give you a story. I have a young gentleman on my team that is trying to buy a home in this area, and because of the rising home prices, they can't do it. If you don't have the extra $25,000, $30,000 in cash to put down on a home, you're not getting in it. And these are first-time home buyers. These are young people, different ages. I don't want to tie it only to young professionals. All different ages, all different socioeconomic circumstances. They need help. This housing market is in a very interesting situation, and this is a great opportunity for you to allocate some dollars to help. Is it going to help all 104,000 plus of your constituents? No, it's not. But it is a great step in a forward direction, and it is going to make a difference for the families that you do help. And it is going to keep those people here. And I would just like to clarify, this is not only for talent attraction. This is for existing residents as well. This is for anybody that wants to buy a house in the city of Green Bay. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Sounds good. Thank you for the testimony. Alder Burnett?
Yeah, Ms. Armstrong, that's your name, right?
Yes, it is.
I usually write it down, so, okay, glad I have a good memory. Is the Chamber of Commerce contributing any funds to this initiative? Because I think it's 500,000 of ARPA. Is there a match, or what is the Chamber's financial commitment to this program?
Sure. So the Chamber's involvement in this is helping bring the private business dollars in to leverage that $5,000. So what this money is asking is that you put $5,000 for help with down payment assistance in to be able to leverage that across with private dollar investment. We are bringing private business owners to the table to bring in that extra $5,000 so that that employee could potentially have $10,000 grant to help them put down towards the down payment of their house or whatever, just to get into the house. There's a few caveats there, but that's the important part. So what it does is you're able to leverage private dollars, private businesses. Let me tell you, the number one thing every day, and I know you have to hear this because you have businesses as your constituents too, talent. Talent is the number one issue. We don't have enough people. We need more people. This isn't necessarily an attraction. This is also very much a retention. You asked a question about numbers of retention. Let me tell you, our numbers of retention when it comes to using a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens is challenging. Those numbers are very challenging. And that's sort of a separate issue, except that if you're not willing to invest in people staying here, and they're willing to invest in the community, put down a mortgage, and put down roots in this community, I can't think of a better way to leverage your ARPA dollars with private investment. Not only are you getting private business investment, but you're getting private individual citizen investment. These people, when you put down a mortgage for $250,000, $300,000, even $150,000, good luck finding that house. But if you put down a $150,000 mortgage these days, you're not going to pick up and move in 2 days. You're not going to pick up and move in 2 years. That's a long-term investment.
I think my specific question, though, is has the Chamber funded this initiative yet, or have you secured any private dollars from the business community yet?
We have had initial conversations with private businesses, primarily manufacturers, although I imagine it would go beyond that industry solely. And we've had some preliminary conversations of, yes, they would be interested in participating in this program if it were available.
Do you have a target, like a goal is there a target that you would like to collect to supplement the $500,000 from Green Bay?
I would like to get as many employers as we could possibly leverage throughout it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Galvin?
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. So this money doesn't go to bring people in from outside the state of Wisconsin?
Not necessarily, unless, of course, they're eligible if they're purchasing a home in Green Bay and they work for an employer in the area.
Green Bay? Right.
Yes, sir.
So it's not for someone that can flip a house or?
That's correct.
Okay, or buy a rental unit to rent out or something like that?
That's correct.
All right. And If you don't get any private buy-in, what happens then to the $500,000 that we're putting up?
Well, some of it would still be able to be let, so that,
Yeah, there are a couple different categories.
yeah, there's several categories in there.
Okay, so the idea is, let's get people, good people, with families, to set down roots in Green Bay, whether they live here or not.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank
But
you.
certainly it is open to those that live here as well already.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Motion to close the floor?
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Brunette, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. And so just to clarify, kind of based on Alder Galvin's question, there are a few different categories for this program in particular. There's sort of like the large employer category, which requires that max, or that match rather. So over 25 employees, you'd have to have that match in order to take advantage of it. There's also a program for small businesses and nonprofits, so 25 employees or less for a business, nonprofits in the city of Green Bay. And then city of Green Bay employees as well would be eligible for this in designated neighborhoods, irrespective of income. So you could have cops and firefighters and DPW, parks employees, whatever, investing in the city as well. So just so folks are aware. Additional comments or questions? All right, we'll use the board again.
Mayor?
Yes, Alder Johnson.
Yep, sorry, I just couldn't push my buttons fast enough. I'll support a hold on this one if the hold is just to bring it back again in a month, which I think is the point. I do think that this is a good program, and I think it is one of those that leverages. People buy homes, they invest in homes, they're going to start paying property taxes, they're going to, sales tax, right? This is leveraged 1,000 times over. And more importantly, it helps service some of the talent need that we do have in our community as well. And we always talk about the importance of home ownership in our neighborhood. So when we talk about neighborhood investments, neighborhood improvements, we can create a path forward for individuals to have that ownership in our neighborhoods. I think this is a wonderful program. It is one I wholeheartedly support. But again, it's if a hold is what makes more people comfortable, I think I'd rather do that than to see it defeated because we want to have a more holistic conversation around it. So I hope it's just a temporary hold, but for tonight, I will support it.
So are there additional comments? Seeing none, we will use the board again.
Alder Eck, how would you like to be recorded? I did do it. Sorry, it wasn't popping up on my screen.
Okay, and that motion succeeds, 7-4. On to item 11. Oh, wait, no. Yes, no. Item 10. It succeeded 7-4. On to item 10. Alder Burnett.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This one I pulled as kind of a bunch, but I actually am in support of this one, and I'd be happy to explain my reasons. So I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Alder Burnett makes a motion to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Scannell. Alder Burnett.
Yeah, this particular one, Ms. Armstrong appeared before the committee last week. And in here, we need to encourage entrepreneurship, people who otherwise would have a hard time entering the business world with ideas to receive mentorship and training. This particular idea is highly leveraged, and they're trying to reach populations that otherwise would be outside the reach of other programs. And I asked Ms. Armstrong, in addition to the entrepreneurs of color, female, and veteran-owned businesses and startups in Green Bay, if she would, through this program, make sure to include those other marginalized groups, perhaps disabled, the poor, homeless, blind, deaf, lower educated people. So really, I think that there are a lot of people out there that have great ideas to start a business and just need some mentorship. And through this program, I think it's a great way for the city to contribute to that. And it's a real minimal cost from what the output received will be. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Some good comments there, Alder. I think you might be thinking of item 12.
My goodness.
Some of those comments would apply to both. But item 10 is basically a name change or a slight direction change based on something that's been previously approved by council. But because
Yep,
of,
you're correct. Okay. I'm in favor of that.
okay. All right, so there's a motion to approve and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The item is approved. On to item 11. Alder Burnett.
Motion to hold until the next meeting in June.
The second meeting in June. Yeah. Would anyone care to second that motion? Okay. Seconded. Discussion.
Mayor?
Yes, Alder Johnson.
Yeah, this is one I support taking action on tonight. This is $90,000. Guys, we have to start taking action on some of these, and this is one that has an immediate impact. How much time did we spend last month talking about homelessness challenge that we have here in our community? Individuals facing housing insecurity. And one of the things that we talked about at the Finance Committee on this one in particular, this is a program that's been in the works that has had so many in-depth listening sessions. Every member of City Council at the time, and notwithstanding the new folks, was involved and invited to participate in these meetings. There are clear outcomes, and this is funding a position to work on solutions. So we talked about something about not wanting to have our Parks Department be responsible for managing programs. This is a way to get away from that. We've got it, but this is timely. We need to deploy this funding immediately so that we can start receiving the benefit. So I am not going to support a hold on this one. I absolutely implore the balance of council to really consider their votes on this one, because this is an immediate need. We talk about ARPA, and of course, this being about sort of that COVID impact. I mean, this is it. This is in the heart. This is in the belly of the beast in terms of what we're trying to address. And so please vote against a hold on this. We need to get this money out the door so that we can start working on immediate solutions to work with that homeless population that we have here in our community. And then also, Mayor, I know Mr. Cobb here wants to probably speak to this. I'll make a motion to open the floor.
Yeah, well, I'll make a motion.
Oh,
I'd
sorry,
like to
sorry. Do I
I'd
have
like
a-
to withdraw my motion, Alderman Johnson. You are correct. I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, there was a second, so I think we need a motion for that,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, so Alder Burnett makes a motion to withdraw,
I'll second that.
and that was seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That motion was withdrawn.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Brunette. Discussion on that? Okay, do we have somebody on Zoom who would like to speak to this item? If so, open the floor.
Rashad, if you want.
Motion to open the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Grant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Please just state your name and address for the council.
Rashad Cobb, 1288 Hatter Street.
All right, proceed, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the council, for a second to speak. Yeah, I just really appreciate the consideration to approve this request. Most importantly, pointing out that this is an issue that's been of grave concern to many members of the community. It is indeed a plan to address not only just homelessness, but housing insecurity. Sometimes I think we get caught up in just the homelessness facet of the plan. It really is a comprehensive look at trying to support members of our community at all socioeconomic points in our community. And then the other piece I'd like to point out is that the request is not asking to fund completely a position. It's asking to supplement funding that we already have in place as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Cobb? All right, thanks for your testimony, sir.
Close the floor.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Floor is closed. So we have a motion to approve on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Last item on the list, item 12. Alder Brunette.
Thank you. I pulled this for the reasons I indicated earlier. This one, I could be on board with holding for a month, but what I like about this, other than the comments I had already stated, is that the chamber, at least in writing, has committed to a 60-40 split, meaning the city would contribute $180,000 to this initiative over a 3-year period of time, and the chamber would contribute $40,000 a year or $120,000. So unless the council wants to take other action, I'd be more than happy to make a motion to approve.
Motion to, no,
But I didn't make a motion.
no, it's a fresh motion. Yeah, Alder Brunette makes a motion to approve, seconded by Alder Stoyer. He didn't. Yeah.
But if I could.
Yeah, Alder Brunette, go ahead.
We spent a lot of time here tonight hashing over committee work, and now the last 3 things that you wanted to hold, you changed your mind on.
Well,
I'm confused.
no. I pulled all of the items because I made it an intention to hold on some of them, and some I just disagreed, but I wanted to be consistent and pull all of the ARPA. Now, the council can change their mind and make a motion to the contrary, but I just thought it made sense to pull all of them. I didn't necessarily change my mind, Alder. I agreed to all of these I believe I agreed with all of those at the committee level, so.
Alder Galvin?
I'm sorry. So you pulled them for what purpose? Have you agreed with it and now you're making a motion to approve? What was the purpose of holding it? And much of the discussion that we've had tonight, I'm confused again. I don't understand it.
Is this a question for Alder Brunette?
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't have an answer other than what I just stated. I mean, at the moment, I pulled them because I looked at all of the ARPA programs, and Ms. Armstrong had made some comments, and when I looked at all of the programs that were leveraged with actual resources from the outside, it's this program, it's the other program with the homelessness issue, as well as the accelerator. Those have proven or at least committed partnerships that we can point to as being, secure, other than just anecdotal. We'll have some partnerships. So I don't know what you want.
Well, I just, again, these council meetings, we have them for the public to get involved with. We've had people waiting here all night as we hashed over stuff that a lot of it could have been handled at the committee level. We spent how much time talking about the neighborhood association, when that's not even what the whole thing was about. Again, committee level work. And I understand some of the new alders, they're not up to speed. I mean, when you're running for office and you're trying to run on a platform, you certainly can't know all the inner workings of the city. I can agree with holding it up for a while. But again, the last 3 items you wanted to approve, so I don't know why you held them.
I guess I don't know what the big deal is.
Let's move on.
Yeah, I would agree. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Personnel.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any comments here? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Yep, the ayes have it. And on EDA here, I think we're looking for some comments from Director Steck-Schulte real quick.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor. Obviously, reviewing the agenda this evening, looks like there's been an error. The actual agreement itself did not get included on the agenda, so we are not able to take action on this tonight. So we're asking for a motion to hold to the next available meeting.
Motion to hold.
Alder Stevens makes a motion to hold this over until our next council meeting, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item is held to our next meeting. Receive and place on file.
Motion to receive and place it on file.
Motion has been made by Alder Scannell to receive and place on file the building report for April 2022 and the municipal court report for 2022. That was seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. On to committee of the whole. Entertain a motion here.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Clerk Jeffries, do you want to give a little overview on this item?
You want to put my microphone on? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So I had sent an email to everyone, basically explaining not only what a committee of the whole item is for the people who are new, but then also why we have split wards. So we every 10 years, we have a census, which provides a lot of information, but the main part of the census, the main reason, is to create political subdivisions. So the city and the county went about dividing the city into districts and wards, and then the state legislature did their dividing late. And so now we're left with split wards. This is not a choice. There's nothing that anyone here in this room can do to undo this. This is a mandate from the state. And so what this resolution does is basically to establish the 12 split wards that we'll have. We have them only for the fall elections. So come 2023 for February and April are local elections for the primary, if there is one. And then also for that local election in April of 2023, we will not be using the split ward. So these will be used essentially until we can redistrict, which is something that we're still looking into, every 2 years for the fall elections. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those.
Any questions from our council? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're on to resolutions. Just a question for Attorney Bungert. Can we adopt these in mass, or do we need to separate 4 and 5 because of the amendments?
Because those two
yeah,
amendments were specifically, or I'm sorry, because those two resolutions were specifically amended, I would call those two out and approve them separately, and the rest can be taken up with a roll call vote.
Okay, and so another alder recognized item 3 as one that we would want to handle separately.
Yes.
Suspend the rules except for item 3, 4, and 5.
Motion has been made to suspend the rules and take up certain resolutions with the roll call vote, all of them with the exception of 3, 4, and 5. That was made by Alder Scannell and seconded by Alder Stevens, was that? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. And we will use the board, and that's on 1, 2, 6, and 7.
Thank you. You may vote. And Alder Campbell? Thank you. Display.
Those have been approved unanimously. All right, and so with that, we're on to item 3. This, Yeah, so this is a resolution authorizing conditional use permit at 1555 West Mason Street. So we referred the related items to our plan commission. So could we hold this over until, would it be the second meeting in June?
First after, I can't recall if we did a date certain. I believe we did the next available plan commission meeting, so it would be the following council meeting would be after that, I imagine.
Okay. Maybe what we could do is, yeah, the first council meeting, we need a date certain, clerk?
So you can say the second meeting in June, so if Plan Commission is June 20th, then the next meeting is, of council is June 20th.
Yeah. I mean, there was some discussion about a special meeting, but,
That would be June 7th is the next council meeting before that, so
Right.
probably not.
okay. So we'll stick to the second council meeting in June, if that works for everyone. Alder Eck?
I just, yeah, and I heard you say something, but I wanted to clarify about the special meeting. So just to, I didn't know if I should say it at this
Yeah.
point or not, but just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll go with that, holding this item until the second meeting of the council in June. Moved by Alder Scannell,
Second.
seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That resolution is adopted. U4,
Motion to amend the resolution to, I don't remember the number.
I think it's just motion to adopt as amended, because we,
Adopt as amended, okay.
yep,
Okay.
because we
Oh,
took,
that's right, that's right.
second?
Second.
Motion to adopt as amended made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer, and we will use the board.
Thank you, you may vote. You can do the display.
That has been adopted unanimously. On to item 5.
A motion to adopt as amended.
Motion to adopt as amended made by Alder Eck,
Second.
seconded by Alder Scannell. We will,
Mayor, I'm so sorry,
Yep.
just give me a moment. You know, toward the end of the meeting,
Oh, that's
it's
right.
not working out.
we will use the board once it's available.
And that was Scannell and Eck?
Eck and Scannell.
Okay, thank you, Alders, you may vote. Okay, go ahead and display.
That too is adopted unanimously. On to ordinances, first reading.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up these items with one roll call vote. That was,
I have a request, somebody in the audience would like to speak on
Seven,
items
right?
2 through 7.
Oh, wow.
They kind of all are all related together. So
Okay.
if I make a motion to open the floor.
okay, we don't have a second on the original motion, so we'll just,
Oh, okay.
we'll hold on that. So Alder Stoyer makes a motion to open the floor. Is that seconded?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
Julie?
Hi, good evening. Nice to see you all again. My name's Julia Nordyke. I'm at 3221 Nicolay Drive, and I am the UW Sea Grant Outreach Specialist for water quality and working with coastal communities. And I'm here tonight in an informational capacity in case you have questions that come up with the code amendments. In general, I've been working with communities along both of the Great Lakes on green infrastructure and code amendments. And I developed the workbook and the process by which the audit happened for our community over the last couple of years. So, thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Nordyke? All right, thanks for hanging around so late.
Yeah.
I think there are a couple people online too.
Oh, very good. Do we have a few guests online who'd like to speak to this item?
Hi there. My name is Danielle Beal. I live at
2883 St. Anthony Drive, apartment 6 in Green Bay. And I'm just joining as a resident and also someone that's, studied business and environmental issues and the benefits of green infrastructure. So I'm really excited that this is being discussed and just wanted to be here to support it. So thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Van Helden, is it?
It is, yes.
Go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm Nicole Van Helden. I work for the Nature Conservancy. I don't live in Green Bay, but I live at 1132 Lansdale Circle in De Pere. And so I just wanted to speak in favor of the code amendments to support green infrastructure for the city. Great to listen to the meeting and to hear the alders' concern and support for finding flooding solutions. And my work with the Nature Conservancy has recently involved working with East River municipalities, residents, and other organizations that are trying to find solutions for making the East River watershed more resilient and able to be to withstand the rains and flooding that we see. That's involved working with neighborhood associations, which I know is part of your meeting tonight, where we're really talking with residents and learning what the impacts of flooding are and what solutions that they are interested in. And one thing that we know can help is nature-based solutions. And so these code amendments that will allow, will remove the barriers to having nature be part of the solution, really helps, nature can help keep people out of harm's way, and a lot of green infrastructure projects also improve quality of life, beautiful rain gardens, permeable pavement, just aesthetically more pleasing things to look at, but they're actually doing functional things that can help as well. So just kudos to the city for going through the audit and looking to change codes. These are totally voluntary, and so by changing these codes, you open up the opportunity for residents, for businesses, for redevelopment to utilize green infrastructure solutions. And so it's one of the tools in the toolbox that will help with stormwater, water quality, and many other benefits. So thanks for listening.
All right, thanks so much for your testimony. Any questions? Motion to close the floor made by Elder Scannell, seconded by Elder Stevens. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules and take up these items with one roll call vote was made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion to advance.
Motion to advance made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion? Being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Those ordinances are advanced to a second and final reading. Petitions and communications.
I have one.
Alder Burnett, go ahead.
Just because despite Alder Scannell, we had discussed this, I want the council to know that to the Finance Committee, I'd like for staff to prepare a list of 5 to 10 ideas for acceptable uses of remaining ARPA funds under each of the 5 already approved categories, with the goal being a more holistic approach for allocating funds.
All right, any others? Alder Stoyer and then Alder Campbell.
Thank you, Ron. To protection and policy for the city administration, including the clerk's office, to put together a presentation for the public and the city council as to the election processes that exist and/or processes to be put in place to ensure that the August 2022 and November 2022 elections will be executed well. Thank you.
Alder Campbell.
Yeah, I have a communication here. I have a request that all city council members be present in person at all committee and common council meetings to vote with all possible action.
Don't we have an ordinance?
We do have an ordinance that allows for,
We have an ordinance.
yeah, but that doesn't prevent somebody from putting in a communication like that. So is that protection and policy? Yeah. Okay. Any others?
Any reason with any of that, or
What's up?
I get to support that?
So the communication goes to the committee. Okay. And then they'll have that discussion, so got to talk to Alder Stevens, the chair. Any other communications? Alder Eck?
Yes, I want to clarify, because I apologize, I was trying to remember, I'll just say it and you can tell me where to direct me. Do I need to put in a communication about working on the right in, right out curb cutting to make the large parcel of the
Right.
Sears
Yeah, I think
developable?
we captured that idea,
Okay.
and that'll be incorporated in the discussion at Plan Commission.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Any others? Did Attorney Bungert have?
Yeah, I believe she does.
Attorney Bungert, did you have a
She
comment?
herself, yeah.
Okay.
So who made no one made a motion.
No.
Go ahead.
All right, entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn?
Not yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't know we had to vote on that. I apologize.
Yeah, motion to refer made by Alder Eck,
Yes,
seconded by Alder Brunette. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Those items have been referred. Adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn made
Second.
by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
How do we get out again?